Hey everybody, welcome to TNT Tabletop. I'm your host Tony, where we standardly play Shadows of Brimstone, but eventually I'm going to be starting this week. I'm going to start actually playing some different types of games. On Thursdays, I'm thinking about doing that. But welcome to the stream. Again, like I said, we normally play Shadows of Brimstone, and today is that day where we play Shadows of Brimstone. Hopefully, the equipment's not going to give me any problems today. I am noticing my internet's kind of chugging a little bit. I apologize for that if there's any delays or cuts or anything like that. And so uh, I'm going to be looking into getting another service provider because Starlink just isn't really working for me. So I didn't want to resort to 4 or 5G, but if it's reliable, I'll gladly take that, and it's cheaper too. But anyway, welcome and thank you for showing up. Um, I'm going to go over a couple things that I said that were supposed to be done today. They kind of are. It's just there are some reasons why I'm not going to use them just yet. But I'll show you how they work. Yeah, so today we're going to be last stream we had the party continue their adventure through the caverns of Cinder, where they fought and a couple more of those wraiths, those shadow wraiths, and a custodian of Targa and a pylon of Targa. And I mean, the race made quick work of Enrique. Jumped, were able to just slide their way through my defensive line, go to the back, and destroy Enrique. And Montana nearly died, but in the end, my tanks came in and just wiped the floor with the shadow wraiths. So that's Murphy and Asamu. They wrecked house. They cleaned up house. Wrecked house. They cleaned up house after that. That all that happened. But anyway, moved on to the travel hazards, where we did a solid 7 travel hazards. The team mutated got like several mutations. I think it was at least 1 apiece. Enrique, I think, got 2. And then they got back to town. We actually ended up clearing out some of the mutations and kind of restocked on our supplies. If I remember correctly, I think we sold all our Darkstone, and by the rules, the place we sold the Darkstone to blew up because of a chain reaction that set from the Darkstone that set off an explosion. So that destroyed that and another location, which was the Mutant Quarter, which happened to be right next door to it. So, but other than that, pretty decent town stay. Could have been a lot worse. We did have a town event happen, but the team kind of got back together and they're ready for another adventure. And I chose one. It's called Missing Patrol. You know what? Let me turn the lights on. That would help me out. So it's called Missing Patrol, and its starting location, well, it's from the Blasted Waste expansion kit. So this is the one that comes with the canyons, the Blasted Waste, and not Borderlands, Bartertown. Comes with Bartertown. Basically, post-apocalyptic world. That's the Blasted Waste. Blasted Waste is another world. Canyons you can actually use as a starting location. So if you're tired of doing the mines, you get the canyons. Now, of course, doesn't have nearly as many encounter cards, not nearly as many tiles either as the mines, but it's another option for a starting location. It's really cool. So let me go ahead and read the Missing Patrol. So word has been spreading around town of a 12th Cavalry Patrol that set out into the nearby canyons a few days ago and has gone missing. With all of the recent tribal ghost warrior activity in the area, the cavalry are spread too thin to send out a search party looking for the patrol, and most of the locals are terrified that the town has been left unprotected. Someone needs to go out into the canyons and track down the missing patrol. So the setup is, and I'll go ahead and bring us to full screen here. So the setup is, we're using the canyon starting area and setting up the characters per usual. So this isn't a pre-made. I can't really do the pre-made tables until I can somehow get myself a larger play area, which I have a goal to do that. It's just going to take me a while to get that set up and prepared. It'd be nice too because the setup I'm looking at, I'll have more space for camera locations and everything. I might even be able to throw in a few more cameras for extra stuff just in case. But anyway, so the setup is starts in the canyon entrance tile. This one right here. Other than beginning the game in the canyons, all heroes start on the entrance map tile as normal. Remove all attack and ambush exploration tokens from the stack for this mission. So I'm actually going to have to get... There we go. So I'm actually going to have to use these bad boys. I was really hoping that I'd still be able to use the ones on the stream, but you gotta get rid of attack and ambush. So we got these two. So we're only left with 6. I mean, in a way, I guess I could just randomize them, and every time... You know what? We could do that. I guess we can still use the ones on the stream. Because, like, if one that comes up as an attack or ambush, I actually have it programmed in that I can keep cycling through till we get one that isn't such. So this actually might work out. Yeah, we'll just try that. We'll see how that works out. And if it's giving me issues, I'll just grab this deck or this stack of tokens here and roll with that. The heroes must find 4 clue tokens to discover the ultimate fate of the 12th Cavalry Missing Patrol. Hold on a second, I want to see. The attack does have a clue token on it. Oh, you know why? Okay, so I'm just realizing something. So in the new in the latest expansions, they gave us these to make the games faster, to make the adventures faster. This is pertaining to the rules that had the original 12 clue tokens. So this might not actually work too well. Well, actually, I've got an idea. We'll just keep doing random through the ones that are on the actual stream, and if they double up, they double up. So, okay, we can make this work. Just any of those with attack or ambush, we don't use them. There's reasons for that. So, the heroes must find 4 clue tokens to discover the ultimate fate of the 12th Cavalry's missing patrol, either bringing back survivors or putting an end to the enemies that wiped them out. So special rules: all attacks and ambushes. During this mission, all attacks count as ambush, so anytime we are attacked, it is an ambush. Okay, so finding a clue. Each time the heroes find a clue token, or icon, after resolving any encounters there, place a 12th Cavalry body marker anywhere on the map tile. This marker has no impact on movement or attacks, and roll a d6. Grit may not be used for this roll. If the roll is equal to or less than the total number of the 12th Cavalry body markers found so far during this mission, it's an ambush attack. So, of course, when we find one, we got to roll a 2+ to avoid an ambush. The next one we find, a 3+, then 4+, and so on and so forth. Finding the 4th clue. When the heroes find the 4th clue and 4th and final clue, after completing all encounters there, place a 12th Cavalry body marker on the map tile and roll a d6 as normal. If the roll causes an ambush attack, the missing patrol has been wiped out, and you have found the location of their last stand. Ignore any door gate icon on the token, as the room has no exits, and resolve all growing dread cards currently in the stack. The enemies for this ambush are 1 threat level higher than normal. Once all the enemies on the board have been defeated, the mission is successfully completed. If no ambush attack was rolled, you have instead found the remaining survivors of the patrol, taking shelter here. Discard all growing dread cards from the stack, and each hero may make a cunning 5+ test. For each 5+ rolled, you help one survivor back to town, getting $200 and 20 XP for each survivor that is helped, and the mission is successfully completed. You know, what's weird is that this is one of those missions I kind of figured would have been like, take the threat deck and build it specifically for a specific type of enemy, but I guess we were just going through and picking random threats. It's interesting. Okay. Because they got the was it Shadow Warriors? They got them here. So I kind of figured they'd be tailoring this to. That's okay. Everything's built in the stream on this one, so we can actually just kind of talk to things that are not good. So, is there anything else I have to do? I think we're good. Yes. Oh. So, before we continue, yeah, I know I told you all on Friday? Yeah, Friday that I was going to get that done at the bottom. Is it's fully functioning. It works like a dream, but especially considering how I built it now, because originally, as I showed you before, it wouldn't fill those little milestones till it hit the milestone. Well, now it actually builds its way up, so you can actually see how far we are away from it. And I'm actually going to put a little tracker too in there so y'all can see how many points. So how it works, and I kind of want to use it in the stream, but I really want to make sure that everything is done, because I see you all trying to break this thing, and I'm cool with it. I want you to. Like, the more bugs I find, the better I can make things work. So, but how it works is, let's say one of you pops in a positive die, like one of the blue ones. What it does is that it gives us that +1 roll or that +1 die bulb filled, so it gives me the opportunity to choose when to use that. But also it gives some points, like I think it's like half the points, to the blue bar. So you start seeing that bar fill. You're helping us in 2 ways when you're doing that. But when I spend, it's giving like 1.5 the amount of the redeem value to the red side. So if I'm spending them, it's making things more difficult for us. And the same thing goes with the red side. You put anything in the red side, it adds a little bit to the red side, but if we spend anything on the red side, it puts a whole lot on the blue side. So it kind of crosses over. This way, we can kind of strategize how we're getting these bonuses. Although I thought about actually just having it remove pieces. But either way, so that's how that works. I haven't fully fleshed it out yet. I still want... The reason why I haven't fully fleshed it out is because there are some things that aren't working, and that is the overflow. So, like, of course, I can't tell Twitch to stop or end the redeems. So if somebody's constantly adding one that's already filled, I'm like, I have to figure out a way to reimburse somebody. Well, not reimburse, but reward somebody for doing that. And I'm like, anything that's overflowing on blue is probably going to go to red, and maybe everything overflowing on red's going to blue. So this way, if we're not using them, we're getting good things or bad things. So that's how it's working. And then, of course, every milestone is going to unlock a random ability, not ability, but a random effect for the rest of the stream. So, and it's going to be game specific. So for Shadows of Brimstone, you'll see the Shadows of Brimstone's ones out there. For Arkham Horror's out there. Could be just additional dice, could be redraw, stuff like that. Possibly experience buffs. And that's what I'm thinking is, at the very end, it's going to, when it reaches 100%, you're going to see a wheel come out. It's going to spin and do a random, like a big prize thing. And then that could be rewarding for us or bad for us, depending on which side it is. So that's where it is right now. It's super close. I was so close to getting it done last night, but then I saw that there was a few other things I needed to bake into it, and I wanted to make sure that it had more time to settle before I actually it needs more time before I actually let it happen on stream. So back to the game. I'm not sure if you all are looking forward to it or not. I am. I think it's going to add a little bit of interaction with y'all, the viewers. So kind of gives you a chance to mess with us when we're playing. And once I get that done, that's when I'm gonna start inviting people on stream, and because I think at that point we're good. I think that was the main thing I wanted to do, because you all know how my rolling is. I'm looking forward to seeing some of those bonuses. So anyway, back to where we were. So everything's running. So at the start of the activation, everything's reset except for initiative. There we go. So again, we're doing the patrol mission. We have to go and find up to 4 clue tokens. Once we find the 4th one, we've completed the mission. We have to also do a test to see whether or not we're being ambushed by a group of enemies. So, but every single time we find a clue token, we are going to be rolling. We need to roll higher than the amount of, basically, in a sense, clue tokens that are on the board. I don't know why they bothered saying using the token, the little token for the 12th Cavalry man. So to me, it's like for every clue token on the board, you have to roll higher. Otherwise, ambush. So let's begin. So at the start of the round, we do have Enrique. Everybody seems to have grip, except for Enrique. I do need to... Oh, if you give me 1 second, I do need to get the charge cable for my iPad. And then, that's actually the one thing I forgot to do. I'll be right back. There we go. There's cards all over the floor. I guess I forgot to pick them up when I was moving things around the other day. So, there we go. So Enrique's starting off. He only has 1 out of 4 grit. So I'm going to roll for him, see if he gets his back. He gets it on a 5 or 6. So Enrique does get 1 grit back. And that's one thing I'm planning on adding to the stream as well, is anytime I make any changes to the player stats, I want the number to kind of bubble, and then you see like a spark. So this way kind of directs you to that I made a change there. I kind of want that to happen. The more effects, the better, is what I say. So Enrique, he's gonna just move up. He's got what, a 5 movement? Sure does. So he's gonna move up 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and he's gonna peek through that room. And what he finds is a ceremonial circle. Oh wow, that's the discard pile from the other day. I did not clean it out. Okay, I'll be right back. I need to get the circle. Oh, very first room we find. If anything's going to create any growing dread, it's that. Oh, they don't fit. What side does it come in on anyway? That's it. Yeah, they don't snap together. That's okay. So, Enrique moves up, peeks through that doorway, and finds a ceremonial room, which... That'd be interesting if we found one of the bodies in there. Next is Montana. Montana's at full grit. She doesn't really need to roll anything. So she's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as well. She should be a 5 movement. Yep. And she's going to do a scavenge, which now I know it's a 3d6, not a 2d6. And she needs 6s. She doesn't find anything. Next is going to be... I need to start doing this more often. Is Isamu, and Isamu's going to... Well, he's actually at max grit, so he's just going to move. If I remember correctly, he's a 7. These guys are getting faster. So Isamu's just going to move up ahead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's a mercenary, so he gets +1 on his scavenge. So he's going to be at a 46, but he needs 6 pluses. He gets 2 of them. So He actually finds some scavenge, which usually never works out for me, but we'll see what happens. Yep. So he gets 20 XP, but he finds a darkness card. I could try to get rid of that, but do I want to get rid of it? I do have abilities to get rid of these cards, so let me go ahead and give him his 20 XP. And we draw a darkness card, which is Wanted Men. All outlaw enemies are +2 health and +1 damage with their attacks. All enemies on the next threat card drawn are outlaws. Oh boy. Okay, so that sucks. So, and what did they get again? +2 health and +1 damage on their attacks. That's all outlaw enemies in the next next threat group, which is probably going to be this room. Actually, there's a small chance it might not be. So next is Murphy. Murphy's going to move on up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can go up 7, but I like him being there. He's also going to scavenge. He's got a lot more dice than everybody. He's a prospector, so he gets +1 on his scavenge, and he's also got the looking glass, which gives him a +1. So he's actually at a 5+. He also finds a scavenge. Wonderful. So Murphy found a Growing Dread card. Found some Growing Dread, so we do have one Growing Dread card now added to the stack. And he gets 10 XP. Hopefully we find survivors at the end, because if we already got one Growing Dread card, this is not looking good. So I need to give him 10 XP for that. There we go. Put that away. It's the end of the round. We now do the exploration part of this. Again, if there's... I'd have to go find the tokens, and I'm not willing to do that. So I'm just going to do a thing where we just kind of double up on the tokens. And I'm using the stream tokens. So we'll do an exploration. If it's an attack or an ambush, I'm going to re-roll it. Okay, so it's an encounter with a clue. So we did find a clue. We have to roll a d6. On a 2+, we're safe from an ambush. If it's a 1, it's an ambush. But we also have 2 encounter cards here in the canyons. So I guess let's go ahead and roll that d6. Okay. My mind was like looking at that going, I know it's going to be a 1. So we got lucky. So we'll do the first encounter in the canyons. And the encounter is Heavy Rain. I think we've done this one before. A heavy rain begins to pour down all around you, soaking your clothes and pummeling the cracked earth with large drops. Lightning flashes across the sky, and half a second later, booming thunder rolls through the heavens. All models in the canyons are -1 move and have their ranged attacks reduced to a maximum of ranged 4. Whenever the depth event is rolled while holding back the darkness, roll a d6. On a roll of 5+, discard this card. That sucks. And then finally, help! A distressed woman frantically calls out to you. They attacked us on the road. My father is hurt. Just over here. Following her around a rocky bend, you are shocked at what you see. One random character needs to make a luck 5+ test. And you know what? Before I read what happens, I guess I'll just roll it out. It's a random character, so I need to roll a d8, and that'll determine who it is. That would be Isamu. Isamu has a decent luck. I was hoping for it to be Murphy. Murphy has the best luck. Yeah, he's got a 3. Can I do anything with this? I can grit roll it if he's got grit. Sure does. So I make 3d6, and I need a 5+. And we got it. If successful, the woman's heavily mutated father slumps against a broken wagon, severely wounded. Roll a d6 for each hero in the party to see how many total wounds his father has. As a group, the heroes have 1 turn to heal wounds from him as though he were an adjacent hero. At the end of the turn, if he still has any wounds on him, he dies. Otherwise, he lives, and each hero may draw one loot card. If failed, it's a trap. Well, I passed the luck test, so it's nothing. So we actually, do we have to do this? As a group. So we do have to do it. So that's 46. We have to add it together. Oh boy, that's pretty high. So 11, 15, 16 points of health. I don't think the loot card's worth it. I think we're going to need our bandages. Much as I would like to help the old man, I don't think I have anything to give him full health from one ability. But let me see. I know that Murphy has his canteen. And how many bandages do we have? We have 4, 7, 9. I don't want to go through all our bandages to heal old man for one loot apiece. I feel a little guilty doing this, but I'm probably going to let him pass. Because I need those bandages. We're here to help the 12th Cavalry Division anyway, right? Is that who it was? Yes. So I'm thinking... I mean, we have an outlaw on the team, Enrique, so he's like, nah. Oh, and the same thing with the Samu. Yeah. They're going to hold their bandages and just logically thinking here. As an NPC in a board game, not worth the loot for losing bandages. Those bandages are what's gonna save my team from dying. Kind of meta right there. Because I'm pretty sure out of all of them, Montana's dying to stitch that man up. But she doesn't have any bandages on her. She does have... Actually, how much grit? She has 2 grit. Actually, hold on a second. See, everything's based on dice rolls, though. See, if I use home remedies, it's a d6 roll. Like, I just don't know. I kind of want to keep those bandages. So I'm going to keep the bandages. And we're going to move on. So this is gone. Again, feel a little guilty, but at the same time, we're going to move on here. So, we did the 2 encounters. We checked if this was an ambush room. We're safe. We're now moving on to the next phase of the game, which is Hold Back the Darkness at a 7+. Watch this curse me for the rest of the game. Yep. So the darkness comes out 1 space. The problem is that we're now -1 movement, and our range attacks are now at 4. I hope we get a depth event. I would like to get rid of this. Oh, it's a 5+ though. Well, it's Enrique's first, so he's only got 4 movement now. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Does he have... I'm going to roll for his grit. See if he gets his grit back. Does not. But he's going to do a scavenge in this room. Doesn't find anything. Next is Montana. Montana's going to move up. 1, 2, 3, 4. She's at max grit. But I'm going to go ahead and also roll for her and scavenge. Nothing. Next is going to be... I might shrink the size of the dice on the stream. You know what? Let me see if I can do that right now. Pretty sure I can. They're already at small, but I'm going to try it at extra small to see how that looks. I'm just going to roll 1 for testing. It didn't seem to do anything. Ban you. And so, That's the end of Montana's turn. And we're going now to Isamu. Isamu is going to... He's at full grid. He's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He has a 7 movement, but he's -1, but he's going to peek through that doorway. And what he finds is a mid-passage. Yeah, what I would like to do is I would love to set up the map tile cards on the stream so that this way... Oh wow, that's bent. I need to get these fixed. But I would like to set up the map cards on the stream so that anytime I pull a map card, it will automatically move the posse marker for me, because I tend to forget. If you've noticed, we've gone through 2 rooms and I forgot to actually advance it. Yeah, that's worked. It's an easy fix. A couple days underneath some books will fix that, or even putting it inside the oven and letting it sit for a little bit and then bringing it out. As long as we've got some heat to force it to warp back. But, so, that's Isamu's turn. You peeked through, found a hallway. Next is going to be Murphy. Murphy's going to... He's at full grid, so he's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's also a 7 movement. Oh, wait, no, he's not. He's back to a 6. The reason why is because we got rid of that tentacle tail that he had. He's getting one from the Norse pants. He's getting another one from the level upgrade. So yeah, he's at a 6. So he only went up 5 spaces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold on a minute. Where was he? Oh, he's right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah. Sorry, this music is dragging me. It's perfect for this. To be honest with you, it's very perfect for this. It's a canyon. It's dark. It's mysterious and creepy. Not exactly dark, but it's just creepy. Kind of works, but figured I'd change it up. But anyway, so now that's the end of Murphy's turn. We now move on. There's no exploration on this, so we're back to Hold Back the Darkness. 7+. Oh, we got that one. Yeah, so we got a 9 on that. Beginning of the round, we're back to Enrique. And Enrique, what's he going to do? He's going to roll for grit first. Should have had Murphy do his scavenging, but that's okay. He's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4. It's -1 movement. It's killing me. And he's going to do his 3d6 scavenge. He finds something. If it's not the ambushes if it's not the ambushes that kill us, it's definitely going to be these scavenging. So he gets 20 XP because he's getting double XP for his scoundrel ability. So 20 XP. And then on top of that, we have to draw yet another darkness card. Let's see. Darkness. And what we find is... Uh-oh. Get rid of this card. A bitter harvest. Every hero must roll a d6 for each side bag token they have. On the roll of 1 or 2, discard the token. For each hero that discarded 1 or more tokens, move the darkness more. I'm going to attempt canceling that. I do have the rail spikes. Oh, that's for ignoring the darkness movement. Okay. So I'm going to use the looking glass from Murphy to try to get rid of that. And I believe it's a 3+, or is it a 5+? Hold on. Murphy. It's a 5+, but I do have another way to get rid of it. I do have the Norse traveling pants on a 3+, but it's also a depth event removal. That's a tough one. Geek Out Corner, how's it going, buddy? welcome to the stream. Saw you hanging out at the Bros 2-year anniversary last night. How's your Sunday treating you? It still works. Still playing them Marvel Rivals. Good, just updating grades and working on lesson plans, bro. It was awesome seeing them hit 2 years. Yeah, for real, right? It was really good to see them hit their 2-year mark and still moving at it. I know a lot of people that, like Devin and I know a few people who he was like a fellow streamer with, and at like they would like do it for like a year, maybe 2 years, and then give up and go back to life, and then once they see everybody else started being successful, they come back in and they again last 1 year and then they quit. And that's the thing about this, man. You have to keep up with it, and it's a struggle. Don't get me wrong. There's days where I'm like, I don't know if I want to do it, but it's a lot of fun. My thing is I love the thing that keeps me going with. I'm sorry, I'm probably just going on here, but the thing that always keeps me going for the stream is just this is my artistic output of like creating, well, or autistic, one of the two, of creating what I used to do for my job when I used to work at in broadcast, like building layouts and GUI and graphics, having things working and animating programmed. Like this is fueling that need in me. I really rarely get to play video games anymore because I'm always spending time programming this and animating this. It's so much fun. So, and what I love about it is that it gives people a lot of visuals and a lot of things they can work with. Did I use the? I did not use it. So I'm gonna use the traveling pants 3+. I'm gonna spend that grit. So Enrique is going to spend a grit here to re-roll that because a 3+ should be doable. Thank you. Okay, so we're ignoring that because that's a terrible card. I don't want to lose any of my bandages or anything. Yeah, I need to get back to my other games, but my friends are playing so much of it. It's sometimes the only chance I get to play with them, and I am at about 2.5 years. Nice, good for you, bro. I understand. I wish I had more time to work on my stream. I used to work in theater for years, so the ideas I have, I just need more time. I am always busy. I understand, man. Me, I'm between jobs, so I was like, here's my opportunity to make this the way I want it before I have to go back to work. And then now it's like the struggle is trying to find time to do the stream. Because before, so a buddy of mine and Devin's was always trying to get me into streaming with him, specifically board games. Because back when I had my house, I had a whole crap ton of board games, and like 2 full walls of cabinets full of board games, and I wasn't really into the whole streaming idea. Let me get rid of this card. But at the same time, I was like, I don't have the charisma for it. I was like, I look at Devin, and I'm like, Devin's got the charisma for hosting a show. Me, I'm like, give me a couple drinks, yes, but when I'm not into that mood, it's like I'm more logical and informative than actually being entertaining, which is what happens on this stream pretty often. But I'm trying to let all the visuals be the entertainer on the stream. That's where it makes up, I think. But yeah, man, I totally get it. But yeah, going back to it, that friend that we had was trying to push me over and over again to do it, and I created this account like 2016, 2017. It was well before I sold my house. But yeah, I end up, bro, I completely get you. I feel the same way, right? But like, I actually was interested in doing it because I have my buddy Tom with me, and we were gonna play board games together, specifically Shadows. But I just like I worked, and I just by the end of the week I was like, I just want to go to the club and drink and hang out with my drink and dance. That's all I wanted to do. and now I'm kind of out of that scene. I'm done with it. I had enough, and it feels great actually. So here I am. Took me leaving my job to finally do this, and I'm loving every second of it. And I'm meeting so many cool people. So if I had not done it, man, I wouldn't have met you. Wouldn't have met a lot of people. It takes more than just. It does. Deviants, you're right. It does take a lot more than just charisma. A lot more. I'm just saying, like when it comes to entertaining people and stuff, like there's moments where I'm just kind of like leaning down into my seat and I'm just like not feeling it. And it's usually because I'm getting my ass kicked and my rolls are terrible. But anyway, so back to it. So Enrique moved up. We did his scavenge. He pulled a freaking darkness card out again. Your streams are chill, entertaining, and I like the information. Oh, cool. I'm glad that you like that, Deviants. I'm hoping to, like I said, Tuesday I'm going to do a paint session. Thursdays I think I'm going to open it up to just playing random games. Now that I'm happy with where the stream is, I just need to fix this down here, and I'm happy where the stream is, and I think it's at the point where I'm like, okay, I can probably bring Arkham Horror into the fold. I can bring uh, uh, Bloodborne in, Elden Ring. Elden Ring is going to take me a little while because the booklet for that is like it's like I'd say 4 or 5 of the core rule books for Shadows of Brimstone. So I'm gonna have to run through it. There's a lot of rules in it, but either way, I do kind of want to play Elden Ring. It does look pretty cool, and Steam Forge games usually does a pretty good. Their models are beautiful, but like gameplay elements, I'm hoping they're staying away from what they've always done with Monster Hunter and Dark Souls. Dark Souls was fun, and I love the node based fighting, but I want something different. You know, it's just like I love CMON games. I love them. They make some beautiful models, great looking tiles. My only problem is that like every time I play like I mean, and it's Zombicide. Zombicide is gonna play like Zombicide, but every time I play their games, they almost just have the same feel for as far as gameplay mechanics are concerned. I like it when people explore and try different types of mechanics. It's just I just like that variety. So anyway, um, although I have played a couple CMON games, I did add some different elements to it, but I don't know. Either way, I want to bring Arkham Horror in, and I would definitely want to play Eldritch Horror as well. So Enrique's done. We're now moving. You know what? I need to use my hand. There we go. Now we got Montana. Uh, Montana is at full grit, and she's going to move on up. I'm going to see if I can build the initiative marker to actually track which numbers are in use, and if there's nobody with that number, move on. I think I can do that. So 1, 2, 3, 4. This way I don't have to keep pressing the button. And then Montana's going to go ahead and do a scavenge. So she doesn't have any scavenge bonuses, so just a 3d6. I'm really beginning to hate scavenging in this game. Oh my god, she's got 2. That's 2 chances of getting screwed up. So let's see what darkness cards it wants to give us now. Are you 2 of them? Okay, so she gets 20 XP. I'm going to stop scavenging. So it's just, it sucks because some characters do really well in it. So there's that. So 2 darkness cards. I also need to program the darkness cards to work better because it's doubling up on some of them. Well, damn. Okay, so we've already got 1 card that is a remain in play. So we got 2 more. Let me get rid of these, and we'll move on to the first one. Oh, and Deviants. I am so sorry. I totally forgot. Oh no. Looking at that card. I think we saw that yesterday, didn't we? So, shout out. Shout out to Deviants Factor. There we go. Oh, you've been playing Elder Scrolls Online recently. Okay. I've always wanted to play that. I did the, what's it called? Fallout Online. I liked it. It's just, I think I was trying to get into it with Sam and Sanguine, but I think they were more interested. There was like another online multiplayer they wanted to play. In the Grip of Darkness. When drawn, each hero must exhaust D3 items they have with a once per ability. While in play, exhausted items may not be readied. I'm gonna oh my god. I can't get rid of it. I already used the... That's actually worse than the last one. I go back to it every now and then, play it a bit, and then forget for a while. Yeah, that's me with most of my games. Like, I'll start it for... I'll play, like, the first hour and a half, 2 hours of it. I get all excited about it, and then something else comes out, or a group game comes in, and we play that, and I forget about it, and jump back in, and I'm like, I already forgot the controls. Do I really want to go through the tutorials again? No. And I just kind of let it sit. That was me with the Star Wars role-playing game that came out with a couple of years back. I have no way of getting rid of this card. Damn. Well, I can't do anything to the starting items. The starting items don't get affected by these cards, so we're good with that. But goodbye Rattlesnake Fangs, goodbye all these items. Really have no way of getting rid of this? I really need to give that Ornate Pistol to Enrique. I think that's better fit for him. Should get him 2 of those things. Him with 2 Ornate Pistols? He'll be getting +2 damage on his shots. Damn, yeah, I have no way of getting rid of this Darkness card. I am trying so hard to find a way to do... Oh, wait, whoa, 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 whoa. Discard drawn threat card. Nope. We are doomed with this, so I have to basically turn off some items here. So it's D3. So here's for Enrique. So 1 item. Once per adventure, I'm gonna remove his lucky die. So I'll just kind of... I'll just do this. Oh, no, that doesn't make any sense. I'll think it's a slotted item. I'll just put that. And next is Montana. Oh, of course. So I can't do anything to her hunting rifle. It's once per adventure items only. What do Gambler's Deck cards do again? I'm going to use the Gambler's Deck of cards before this happens. Once per adventure. It's a once per adventure item, but it's draw a different Darkness card. You discard this one and draw a different one. Yeah, see, this is going to screw me over big on a lot of things. But you know what? The other one could be just as bad or worse. That's a tough call. But I really don't want to turn off all my gear. So I'm going to have to do it. So we'll just re-roll that. So I used Enrique, actually Montana's Gambler's Deck of cards to reshuffle that Darkness card. Because screw that. Hell Siege. Anytime a 7 is rolled on hold back the Darkness roll, you must choose add Growing Dread card to stack or every hero takes 2 corruption. That's definitely better in my opinion. So we'll keep that one. And then we got one other Darkness card. I think I'm done scavenging for the rest of the adventure. Encroaching Shadows. We've got to move fast. The heroes are now -1 to hold back the Darkness roll. All heroes are now +2 move. We do have some, we do have ways to stop the Darkness from going up. Yeah, rail spikes. So we can spend those rail spikes to stop the Darkness from going up. I think I might accept that. Your heroes are now -1 to hold back the darkness roll. All heroes are now +2 movement. That'll help us get through the mission faster in 2 different ways. So, yeah, I guess we'll keep it. Okay. There's a lot to remember. So, we've got this guy, and we got this guy. So, a lot of hold back the darkness stuff that I gotta keep track of. And then, of course, the Wanted Men. The next enemy is an outlaw, and they get +2 health and +1 damage, and all outlaws get that as well. Time Roller! What's up? Not much. Just enjoying this Sunday, playing some Shadows. I'm going to be taking Tuesday to just paint some models, and then Thursday I'm going to bring in a new game, and then I'll go back to Shadows on Friday and Sunday of next week. So I'm thinking Fridays and Sundays are going to be my Shadows of Brimstone day. Thursday's going to be playing something different, and then Tuesday's going to be paint day. Kind of like a maintenance day. And then Wednesdays, I might kind of open it up to playing. Because I think Deviants, I think you were interested in it, and that was playing Borderlands. So let me give a shout out here. Time Roller. Whoops, that's the wrong. I am pressing wrong buttons all day. That's what happens when you oversleep. But how are you doing? It was the most recent board, and it's still acting up. I think there's something wrong with that camera. So, could be possible it might be a button press. I wonder if I can move this to 3. There. Or it could just be possible that camera's falling apart, which I would not doubt. So, anyway, that was, whose was it? That was Montana's turn. We did two Growing Dread cards on top of Enrique's. I think like I said, I think I'm done with the scavenging. This has just been awful. So, next is Samu. He's at full grit. And we're going to go ahead and move him up. Let's see, we're +2 movement, but a -1 for the heavy rain. So he's a 7, 8, 9. He's an 8 movement right now. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And he's going to check through that doorway. Hold on, let me check something here. I gotta remember, I have this Explorer's map. It's pretty good, but it's pretty much the same thing as the Gambler's deck of cards, but a few more rules. So we got the map deck. Find another passage. I really want to get through this dungeon, but I guess we're stuck going through another passage. We found a cross passage. I really wish I cleaned up that discard deck pile. There we go. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get all my tiles, lay them flat here, and put some heavy books on them for a day or two. Might have to find a better way to hold all my tiles, because I have all these little ones kind of pressed up on them in there. So I'm guessing over time they just kind of bend. Oh, they just bend. So, so we found another passageway, bringing us the posse marker down one more. And that's Samu's turn. Next is Murphy. Murphy is a 6, 8, so he's a 7 movement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'll have him go all the way up. And do I want to do this? This has not been working out. I'll do it. Why not? Hexa would be disappointed if I didn't. So he's a 5d6 on scavenge. We need 6 pluses. We find 1. This is typically, whenever Murphy gets scavenged, this is normally what he gets. Hideous Discovery, 10 XP. Take 3 horror hits that do 2 sanity damage each. Okay. I need to make 5 pluses against these. So 3d6 at 5 plus. He takes 2 4 damage. sanity damage. But he also gets 10 XP. That's okay. Murph's pretty stout. And with that being the end of the round, we didn't get an exploration token on this one. We have Hold Back the Darkness at 7+. We really need some rooms here. I might have to use that token, that map, Explorer's map for this stuff. So we're -1 on this. I just realized that's gonna suck. Okay. That was gonna be an 8, but guess what it is? A 7. We passed, but anytime a 7 is rolled on a Hold Back the Darkness roll, you must choose add a Growing Dread card to the stack, or every hero takes 2 corruption hits, which would make a Samu mutate. Chances are he's not going to pass those. Oh, man. Growing Dread card or 2 corruption hits. God, this mission is... So, apart from just my terrible drawing and rolling, this mission in particular, we have good chances of adding Growing Dread to the stack. And as we all know, that can make or break the game. Well, no, not make. It can always break the game. There's no such thing as a Growing Dread card that actually helps you. So, beginning of the round, we have Enrique. He's going to roll for grit. He needs a 5+. Nope. But he's now at +2 movement. Technically a +1. We'll just say that. From here on out until this is gone, it's +1 movement. So, and that goes away when? Whenever a depth event is rolled. So, he's going to move up, what's his movement? 5. It's a Samu. He's a 7. Yep, he's a 5, so he's going to move up 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. We'll just go this way. I'm not scavenging. I'm done with that BS. Even though he'd benefit from it. Yeah, I'm not scavenging. I'm scavenging. Who am I kidding? Okay, good. So next is Montana. And Montana is at maximum grit. She's going to move up. She's also a 5, so she's got 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold on. 5, 6. So she's going to be right up against there. I guess she'll do it too. What harm comes this way now? Oh, gear card. Good. Okay, so we get 10 XP for Montana. And we find a gear card. And Montana finds traveling boots. +1 agility when using grit to add movement. May always add 6 instead of rolling. And of course, I'm using the advanced rule, so that is... Well, I'll just say instead of 4, you get +2 movement. Because normally it's a 4 is your movement. So if you're adding, it's just going to be +2. Everybody's got boots, though. So, kind of useless. Something to sell. Better boots, too, that just straight up add to movement. So I'd rather keep those. I don't have to spend grit. Next is going to be Isamu, who is a 8 movement. 1, 2, 3, 4. He's going to check this room. If it's not a darn map tile, I'm going to be upset. Okay, a rocky gulch. Oh. Not it. There it is. It's coming in from this direction. Put you all probably right over here. Oops, look. Need space. There we go. And we'll pull out the token for that here in a bit. There's the card. After Isamu, we've now got Murphy, and Murphy's going to move up 1, 2. Yeah, that's good. That's perfect. Unless we fight those Shadow Wraiths again. At least my ranged... they need 4s. There are 4 range now. Okay, so Murph's going to move there, and why not? Let's go ahead and do a scavenge. Nothing. Okay. So, the end of the... Well, not the end of the round. It is now exploration. I'm going to add that one of these days. A little exploration thing at 0. And we need to get an exploration token. And if it is an attack or a ambush, I need to re-roll it. Yeah, I figured. There we go. It's a depth event and encounter with 1 doorway. So we'll roll for the doorway, and it's going to be located at 3, which is right across. So get some end caps. So these are not doorways. So that's a doorway right there, and it's still going off. Yeah, there's something wrong with that camera. Kind of want to disconnect it from my network and let it just hope that it does wired transfer instead of wireless, because I think the wireless adapter in there I think is bad. These cameras here are doing a better job, a far better job. Although that camera there does have a better 4K. So, all right, so what are we looking at here? We need to do a depth event and encounter. So we'll get an encounter card. And we need a depth event. So, if I remember correctly, I have something for that. And luckily, I canceled out that stuff from earlier, so I can actually use some of these abilities. Nope, not you. I already used the traveling pants, so I can't use that. What could be called? Once per adventure, prevent darkness from moving on the depth track. So we got three ways of doing that. Okay, so yeah, we're kind of stuck with the depth event. So 1d6, it's not good. So depth event for the canyons. That would be located... Dark Dread. Things are looking more and more bleak by the moment. Draw a growing dread card and add it to the stack. Already at 3 of them. Okay, not great. And then we have the encounter card. So the encounter for this room... There we go. Another heavy rain card? I'm going to say no to that. We're redrawing. Come on. The cliffs have eyes. You can't help the feeling that you are being watched. Scanning the tops of the canyon walls, nothing seems out of place, but there is a stillness in the air. Gravel and rock slide down the canyon wall to your left and turn sharply as you turn sharply, only to find it is empty. Ahead, a bead of sweat rolls down your brow. One random character makes a luck 5+ test. So let's see who's gonna do it here. That's gonna be Enrique. So a luck 5+ test. I don't think Enrique's. No, he's got a 4 luck, and he's got grit, right? You can always re-roll if you need to. Definitely got it. If successful, move the hero posse marker 1 space forward on the depth track and gain 20 XP. That's supposed to help us how? We actually need to be 2 more spaces down the depth track now because of that. But hey, at least Enrique got 20 XP, right? That's insane. Okay. This might be a fast mission. We might fail it. So, with that being the end of all that, we didn't find any clue token. But what we will do is now go to hold back the darkness. -1 to the roll. That's an 8. Luckily, it wasn't a 7. But we did get an 8. It's, 9 - 1. So, we're good. We are good. This is kind of reminding me of that Tredarin episode that we had last week, where no combat, just lots of middle fingers from the deck, from the randomness in the game. That's pretty much all it was that one time. So with it being Enrique needs to roll for grit. Needs a 5+. Nope. He's gonna move up. He's going all the way to here, so he's gonna move up 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And I'm not gonna scavenge. I'm done scavenging. He gets more experience if he does it. Nope. Next is Montana. Metaphysician, afternoon. How are you doing? We give you a shout out here. There we go. What have you been playing recently? I haven't been up late recently. I haven't been late up enough the past few days to actually catch up and see what you've been doing. But what games have you been playing? So Enrique moved up. He did a scavenge, didn't find anything. Next is going to be Montana. Montana is at full grit, so she's going to move up her 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And she's going to search as well. Nothing. Then after Montana, we have Isamu and Murphy. And Isamu, what are you going to do, buddy? First, he's going to... Well, he's actually at full grit. So we're going to move him up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And look through that doorway. We find the white water. And it's got a river crossing special rule, which, if I remember correctly... Yeah, if I remember correctly, there's some cool stuff we can do, like going across that into a whole nother area. Doing good, my man. Just woke up from a 3-hour nap after church. Something is in the air. Yeah. Well, glad you got a nap in, man. Like, I don't know, afternoon naps are my favorite. I love them. I'm usually up late anyway, so afternoon naps really kind of work for me. That's also probably because my last job I worked late nights, so I just kind of got used to being up late and hitting the gym after work, and I was up till like 5 o'clock in the morning. Wake up, go back to work later in the afternoon. That is going to be located this way. I think it's about time we start moving some of these tiles out of here. So I'll put you guys away. And that's probably why they're bending, is exactly what I just did. So we'll do this. Samu's right here. We do have a special encounter for that room, so I'm actually going to do it. There's a good chance to find loot and also to. Did I not add it in here? Give me 1 second. I need to go through the encounters deck and see if I didn't add it. I usually try to pull all the special encounters out of here. River crossing. Okay. All right. We'll be doing that here in a second. And we still have the heavy rain. That's going to be a Samu's turn. And then finally we have Murphy. And Murphy's going to move up. He's also got an 8 movement. So he's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, we'll just move him up to 7 or 6 or whatever it was. Math is hard for me right now. So, I guess I'll have him do a scavenge. So 5d6, that's 6 plus. Wow, out of all those dice, nobody found anything. I'm kind of grateful for it. Because so far, all my random cards have been awful. Alright, with that being said, it's now the encounter phase. And we need to get a token and see exactly what happens here. Again, if it's an attack or an ambush, we need to put it away. Yep. So I need to re-roll that. I need to get myself a new game next pay week. Solo war game. Like a FPS strategy. I picked up Borderlands, and I'm planning on playing that with a group of streamers. I mean, we're playing Tiny Tina's on Wednesdays, but I'm also thinking about adding a stream just to play Borderlands 4. Like, I loved Borderlands, so pretty stoked. Why is it not working? Oh, there we go. That's already used. And so just 2 encounters for this area. 3, technically. So I guess we'll do the random encounters and we'll go to the river crossing. The Lost Caravan. Scattered supplies and broken wagons litter the area. Their torn canvas coverings whipping and blowing in the canyon wind. A ripped doll stares up at you from the rocky ground in its one remaining button eye. This caravan wasn't simply abandoned, but there aren't any bones or bodies to be found. Everybody needs to make a lore 5 plus test. Gain 10 XP for every 5 plus rolled. If at least 1 6 was rolled, you can draw a gear card and found in the wreckage. If failed, take 3 horror hits as the ultimate fate of the travelers wears on your mind. Okay, well, I think we have some decent lore. If I remember correctly, I think we've been bumping that up. Yeah, we got some really good lore. So, we'll start with Enrique. We should at least pass this. We need a 5 plus. If not, I got grit. Ho, ho, ho! Enrique! Alright. He not just passed it, he got 30 XP. Oh, a board game. Oh, okay. A solo war game. Can't really think of any on top of my... Is that the name of the game? Solo war game? Sorry, it's just there's so many different names for all these games now that sometimes it surprises me. But I can't really think of a solo-based war game at the top of my head. Endless Legends 2 is on my PC for now. I know Simon had something that was like a like Japanese mythology, I think. But I don't think it was solo play. I think it still required multiplayer. Yeah, I can't think of anything. War game that would be solo. Endless Legends. I'm gonna have to look that up. Do I have my cell phone? I'm gonna write that down. Because I've heard about it. people talk about it, but I haven't really. I'm so busy with other things that I haven't really been looking into it, and I also still have. Oh God, yeah, I still have Titan Quest 2 that I'm dying to play because I loved the first one. As buggy as it was, I loved the first one, and it kind of reminded me of Dungeon Siege. I don't know if y'all remember Dungeon Siege. Basically Diablo-esque, but like, I just loved the more you used a specific combat style, the more you leveled that up. It wasn't like you got some points, dish them out where you want. It's like you actually have to physically keep making your character do something to level up. I love that style of gameplay. Some people don't. I do. That's why, even though I'm playing Final Fantasy II right now on my Switch, the game design on it's so bad. Like trying to find out where to go, what to do, it is so bad. But I love leveling in that game. I love the fact that my characters are just. I'm using the axe. Well, the axe ability is getting really good. I'm using specific types of. I'm using spells. Their magic's increasing, and their spell damage and all that's increasing. I love that kind of stuff. What am I doing? Encounter cards. So yeah. So Enrique passed, and he also got 2 6s, which also means that he gets, if at least 1 6 is rolled. So he's getting 30 XP. Because for every 5 plus, you get XP. And on top of that, he's getting a gear card. Ooh. A Theman Pistol. Range 5, shots 2, +1 damage against undead and tribal enemies. It's got 2 upgrade slots, it's weight of 1, and it's a one-hander. That's cool. I just don't like the range. And it's very, it's nice, but when a gun only does damage to a specific type of enemy, have I been throwing cards in here, not taking them out? I have the habit of, maybe it'd be better if I did this. There, that's the pile of cards that are my inventory, but I'm showing you what it is. Because I keep throwing them in my discard pile, and then later on I'm like, oh, this is mine. I never used this. So that was Enrique. Next is Montana. The rest of them all have a 4 lore, so she passed. She's getting 20 XP for both of those 5s. And then we got Isamu, who's also got a 4 lore. They're stacking on top of each other. He passes, so he gets 20 XP, but he also gets a gear card. Yeah, I can't wait for Thursday. I'm dying. I've been dying to play Arkham Horror 3rd edition for a long time. I never played it. I bought it. I bought the awesome like organizer for it, the wooden organizer to put inside the box. The thing's so cool, and it's like I just love Arkham Horror, and I'm just, as much as I love Shadows of Brimstone, I need a break. I need something different. That's why I'm kind of reaching out to playing video games with some other streamers, like doing some collabs and stuff. That's why my Wednesday night's probably going to be Tiny Tina or Borderlands 4. But I definitely am still trying to, as I said earlier in the stream, once I get that initiative tracker done, I'm going to be inviting people on the stream to create their characters and play. Because I'm tired of making excuses, constantly telling myself, I need to do this, I need to do that. I'm like, we're well past the point of people being able to join in. So, we found the Yamabushi Charm. Discard to cancel a darkness card, or to immediately gain D3 plus 1 ability tokens. We're going to use this right now, I think. Let me take a look. I might use it right now just to get rid of that. Yeah, I think this might be a good idea. This guy. What's this one? That one's not a problem. At least I don't think it's a problem. No. Well, it might be. Sorry, ads. You know what's crazy is that I have it set up to post it in the chat, and it's not posting in the chat. Let me check my settings one more time. Because I want to tell you all when the ads are coming, and I also want I want to add it to the stream, like an animation that comes up saying ads in 5 minutes or whatever. What was that? Oh, Meta, thank you for the subscription, man. I really appreciate it. That's awesome. There we go. Yeah, sorry about that. Like, usually, like, I guess, oh, you were in the ads when that was happening. Okay. Again, thank you so much for the subscription. Oh, that's amazing of you. Thank you. Showing strong support for the stream. Gotta love that. But also, I don't know, for some reason, get rid of those pesky ads. I get it. But for some reason, like, it's not showing. I'm gonna have to go on there again and check and see if I did it right. But it's supposed to be telling me and the chat when the ads are coming up. It's supposed to do a 5-minute thing. And it's every 30 minutes because I didn't want it to come up so regularly. But yeah, I gotta figure things out. How it might be possible I might have not marked a box I'm supposed to. I don't have to go digging through to figure that out. And I could spend forever going through the entire creator dashboard trying to figure that out. So I'm gonna have to do that tonight after the stream. Actually, I want it now. I want to see it pop up now. Oh, well, there it is. Okay, so okay. There's usually advanced settings. There it is. Okay, so it should now start showing up in the chat if there's a break coming up. It's only showing it for mods, and unfortunately, you could also do it once per hour, 3 minutes. And yeah, I saw that. I wasn't sure how. I guess what I'll do is I'll do a poll. I'll see what you all want, because I wasn't quite sure how long you want to sit in ads for. But I do like the idea of like just one long big chunk of time where you get to enjoy the stream, and then that tiny might be a better option. Tiny 3-minute segment. Let me go change that. So I might just make that a. Let's see. Yeah, I have it set to 30 minutes. You can set it to longer. I can only go up to 30 minutes. Yeah, I'll have to look more into it. Because like right now I can only go up to 36 minutes before the next ad. But it only, yeah, it's so weird. Again, I'm gonna have to. This is stuff I'm gonna have to research and figure out. Keep a segmented time for ads. Yeah. Because I remember playing with the settings the other day, and it made a little bit of sense, but it wouldn't let me go any higher than 36 minutes with 3 minutes worth of ads. Yeah, see, I can program and build applications, but ask me to use a simplified, user-friendly system, and for some reason I'm an idiot. So, it's easier for me to talk to a computer most of the time. Discard. So I'm going to go ahead and use this Yamabushi Charm. Discard to cancel a darkness card or to immediately gain. I don't need the ability tokens. If I was playing as like, I don't know, the samurai warrior or the gambler or something, I could use that to get my tokens back. But I don't have anybody that has that ability, any of those focus ability tokens. So I'm just gonna get rid of it. Get rid of that darkness card that is gonna really force me. What's this one do again? Just make doubly sure, because they're all not really great. Ooh, -1 to hold back the darkness. But I do like that +2 move. That's kind of helping me during this rain. And we can stop the darkness from going up the track. And I don't want to add any more Growing Dread cards. Anytime a 7 is rolled. I feel like the chances of this one coming up are a lot worse. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that one. We'll get rid of that one. I'm going to kick myself for doing it, but I know it, but I just feel like that's going to be the best option for now. Oh my god. Okay, so was that only Isamu? So now it's 4d6 for Murphy. And Murphy also gets 20 XP and also a gear card. So 20 XP for Murphy and a gear card. A Raven Feather. Use 2 Darkstone to attach to any item. The bonus is an enemy to hit rolls of 6+ do 1 less damage on you than normal. That is amazing. Well, how many upgrade slots does it require? Just 1. That is pretty slick. I like that. Who would that be good on? Right now, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, because everybody's already geared up on their upgrades. So, that's 1 encounter card. Lost Caravan. So we didn't have any failures, so we're good on that. We can put that away. And then we got second encounter card, then we got the one for that tile specifically. Not your business. Keep moving. This doesn't concern you. A group of outlaws holds a wealthy-looking couple at gunpoint. So we can either choose to keep moving, where each hero takes D3 corruption hits and may recover a grit as you hear the gunshots behind you. We recover a grit. Or make it our business. Every hero needs to make a Strength 5+ test. If successful, gain 15 XP, and for every 5+ rolled, for each 1 or 2 rolled, 15 XP for every 5+ rolled, and then, of course, for each 1 or 2 rolled, take D6 wounds, ignoring defense. Then, 1 random character. So this is after making it your business. 1 random character needs to make a Luck 5+ test. If successful, each hero gains D6 times $10 for helping. If failed, the grifter couple robs you while you're distracted by defending them and slip away. Each hero loses D3 Darkstone and money. Be right back. Alright, sounds good, Meta. I'll see you here in a bit, bro. So... I mean, corruption hits are bad. I'm thinking make it your business is going to be what's going to happen here. So, everybody should be pretty good on strength, yeah. Especially Murphy. Murphy's going to manhandle these guys. So, everybody has grit. I think we're good. So, let's start. We'll start with Enrique. He's got a strength of 4. He needs a 5+ to pass. He gets 2 passes, and if I remember correctly, on every 5+, he gets 15 XP. So he gets 30 XP. Did we roll any 1s or 2s? We did roll a 1. He also takes... Is that D6 damage? He takes 1 damage from that. I think we got bandages. It's hilarious. We weren't willing to help an old man earlier, healing him up, but we'll help this couple. And the old man was dying anyway. God, I feel so wrong to say that. Anyway, going on, it's Montana's turn. She's got I think a 3 strength. And 1, 2, 3. She passes. Also takes some damage. She takes 2. So 2 points of damage for Montana. And... Did I do that right? Yes, and she's getting another... She's also getting 30 XP. Then we got a Samu, who should be a 4. And Murphy's a 5. Yeah. So Isamu with his 4d6. Nice. Just gets 30 experience. Doesn't have to worry about taking damage. He's a tough fellow. And then Murphy with his 5d6. Yeah. But he does take 2d6 damage, ignoring defense. So 30 XP for Murphy. But he's also losing 2d6 damage, ignoring defense. 4 points of damage. That's nothing to Murph. You can tell Murph was the one that roughed them up, though. So, actually, him and Isamu. Actually, everybody roughed them up. Everybody got like 20, like 30 experience. So, with that being done, one random character needs to make a luck test. That would be Isamu. I think he's got a decent luck. Let's take a look. Yeah, he's a luck 3. Too bad it wasn't Murphy. So, he needs to make a 3d6 luck test. He does have grit, so I can reroll if I need to, and it's a 5+. Whoops. I'm going to spend the grit, because I think it's bad. Yeah. So, I'm going to spend a grit on Isamu. This better be worth it. Grit's hard to come by in this game. So, 3d6. Actually, can't I get bonus dice for this? I have a potion. Before I spend that, before I spend that grit, I'm going to pop one of those potions. So this actually increases the skill test to +2 on the ability. So it would have actually been... I'm spending the grit, but I'm just going to add the potion to it as well. So that's going to be 5d6. Yeah, we passed it. So we did use the grit, but we also popped a potion to make sure that... I forgot everybody's got 2 potions apiece right now. That's awesome. Did I say peach? I did say peach, didn't I? So, 1 potion's left on Isamu. And what are we gonna do? That's it for that. We saved that couple. Luckily, they weren't the grifters we thought they were. The card was gonna make them. So, we're safe from them taking... God, it was gonna be D6 times 50 gold, too. Oh, D6... No, D6 times 50. Oh, everybody gets money. So, everybody gets some cash for saving them. So here's going to be Enrique. It's D6 times 10. So he's getting 50 bucks. And then we got Montana, who's getting 50 bucks. And then we got Isamu, who's getting 10 bucks. And he's the one that spent the grid on this. And then Murphy is getting 40 bucks. You know what's crazy is that the rules in this game is that whenever you roll for like the group, it's always individual characters. And I'm like, for stuff like this, it would make sense to roll once and everybody just gets that much. I might actually house rule that. Next is the encounter for the tile, which is, if I remember, yeah, river crossing. So, a raging river crosses by here, white water spitting up at you as it is dashed on the rocks. There seems to be somewhat of a ford here where you could possibly cross to the other side. Looking to the far bank, something catches your eye, glimmering in the light. If every hero spends 1 grit, which we happen to have, you may cross the river to get to the other side. Once all the encounters and attacks are completed here, which we don't have any, other than the encounters, reveal map cards until you find one that has the water in the title. Place that map tile with 2 exploration tokens on it, and at the end, and an end cap on the map tile entrance. Each hero is immediately moved to any space on that map tile and may draw 1 loot card, then reveal and choose one of the exploration tokens to use. Put the other token back at the bottom of the deck. Kind of contradicts how my system works. What I'll do is I'll actually use these tokens to decide. Actually, I think I got an idea of what I'm gonna do. So we'll do the randomness. We'll do the random, and then if I'm not happy with it, actually, I don't see why I wouldn't be happy with that. At this point, it's probably gonna be a clue token. So, do I want to do this? Everybody has to spend a grit. Grit's kind of hard to come by. But we do get a loot token. We do get a loot. So I'm gonna say, do we have tonics? We got 3 on one, 2 on another. We got 5 tonics. Yeah, we're good. So what I'm gonna do then is, why not? So Enrique's gonna spend 1 grit, and then Montana. I don't quite have the at all spend grit button working yet. Every time I use it, it doesn't crash the system. It just kind of messes with other people's stats in a bad way. So, like, the money one works perfectly fine because it's very simple and to the point. The grit one, not so much, and that's because it messes with the name bar. Because grit and the name share the same area. I think I'm speaking loudly to myself on this one. So anyway, we're gonna go across that river. That's on Hold Back the Darkness. Okay. So I need to keep drawing map tiles so we see one that has river in it. Or water. Oh my god, it was going to be non-stop passages. I'm glad this happened. There we go. Canyon waterfall. Well, actually, is it that, or is it supposed to just say water in it? Hold on. I'm guessing waterfall works, so we'll just say that. Let me reread that card for a second here. Place the map tile with 2 exploration tokens on it and an end cap on the map tile entrance. Oh, on the entrance. Oh, okay. Yeah, so we'll use the waterfall, and I'm going to reshuffle this deck. I'm actually kind of grateful this happened because it would have been passage after passage after passage, and we actually are down... How many rooms now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then +1. We actually should be at 10. And now we're at 9. Yeesh. There we go. And we need the canyon waterfall. And we're kind of getting rid of all this anyway. They're all going to be starting. Then reveal and choose 1 exploration token to use. Put all the tokens at the bottom of the stack. Immediately move to a space on that map tile. So we can get rid of these. Move this over a tad just so we can kind of probably look like this or something. No, because that's going downward. So probably more like this. And then we're going to fill in the entrance to that area, which is right here. So I'm guessing that's where we're starting, since that's the entranceway. Although it's supposed to be on the water, isn't it? Any space on the map tile. So this could be an ambush rooms. So I guess it really doesn't matter. Thinking probably you can all be on the center. Actually, someplace where everybody can reach. And comes with an advanced rule as well. I'm gonna say that that's if we actually got to the tile and explored it, which, if I remember correctly, that's what it is anyway. It's an encounter, so we'll just put that away. We still got the heavy rain card. We now have the river crossroads gone. Sorry, that took a while. Welcome back, Meta. But yeah, we got that river crossing done. We now onto this waterfall, but we still have this heavy rain issue that we're running into. So it's essentially what we went from. And with that being the end of the round, because we did the 2 encounters, we got rid of that 1 card that we don't have to worry about rolling -1s anymore on our Hold Back the Darkness. But we can also try to avoid the darkness from coming down. So we need, what, an 8+ now? So 2d6, no -1 anymore. We failed. I'm going to use... Could use the Rail Spike, but last I saw it had an ability. Wish I remember what it was. Ah, the Book of the Occult. So, once per adventure, prevent the darkness from moving on the depth track. So I'm going to use the Book of the Occult from Murphy. That darkness marker is not moving. I don't want any more darkness cards on the game. So, I still have 2 more rail spikes too. So we can use rail spikes to stop the advancing. Anytime we go to a rail town, I need to remind myself to buy those. Lots of them. I think you can buy up to 4. Well worth it. Expensive, but well worth it. So we failed, but nothing really happened. Except that... Oh, we already did. This is a new room. Oh my god. Okay, so yeah, this is a new room, so I actually had to do a token for it. My bad. So we actually roll 1. If I don't like it, then I can grab another one. Okay. I like it. We got a new world. Okay, so I'm going to put an end cap. Let's first roll and see where that world's going to be. 5. 5 is located where on this one? Here. So let me get an end cap. And there was a clue token, so we have to roll on that as well. So we need a 3 or higher for this not to be an ambush. We're safe. And we're 2 clue tokens away. That's awesome. I actually forgot there's actually some cards that go from the canyons to the mine. So there's actually a way for you to go to the mines from here without actually just doing a world. So that is a portal. And we don't have an ambush, so we're safe. Luckily, this mission doesn't do any of that. It's just any time we do the clue tokens, that's when the chances of us getting ambushed happens. And once we leave this area, we won't have the heavy rain issue anymore, because we're no longer in the canyons. Which reminds me, I do need to see that canyon card. Okay, yeah, we're going to need to remember that if anything happens. But we are leaving this area. I'm curious where we're going. So we do have 2 clue tokens. We need 2 more to complete the mission. That's pretty much it. We do have an additional encounter here, though. Circling above. Black vultures circle above you, high in the sky. They are most likely waiting for you to meet an untimely demise in this unforgiving valley of death. A grim omen, to be sure. It's not as if those 3 growing dread cards were the omen. So a hero of my choosing gets a spirit 6+ test. If successful, each hero gets 1 grit. If failed, move the darkness 1 space forward on the depth track. Might have to use that rail spike. Who has the best spirit? That would be Enrique. So Enrique's going to... I'm going to have him roll 4d6. He no longer has any grit, but if he gets this, we get our grits back. We get like 1 grit back apiece. Hmm. Could pop a potion. I'm gonna pop a potion. It gives me 2 more dice. Ah! I was about to go on a 6 and it rolled over to a 3. So, dang. So, the darkness does move up. I'm gonna choose not to let it do that. Excuse me. Excuse me. Um, I'm gonna choose not to let it do that. I'm gonna spend 1 rail spike to stop the darkness from moving 1 step. I'm spending everything I have to stop that darkness from moving down the track. So, okay, so that happened. We failed the pull back the darkness, and I spent the ability to stop that. We're now at the beginning of the turn. Sorry, I totally forgot that we had to do all the encounters here on top of what happened here because that card brought us here and gave us a new token. So, beginning of the turn, we are currently -1 movement. I think that's it. Yeah, we need to get out of here. So, Enrique's first. I'm going to have him roll for grit. Enrique gets it back with his 5+. And he's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4. And he's going to scavenge. I don't know why I'm doing it. I always get screwed over on scavenging. Next is Montana. I'm going to have her also roll for her grit. She does not get it back, but she's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4. And it's funny how we got this tile. We're actually looking for a regiment of soldiers, and we're seeing bodies over here. And she's also going to do scavenge. She finds 1. Nothing but 10 XP. I will take that. Next is... I need to go down the line here. Next is Samu. He's going to roll for grit, and he gets nothing. But he's going to move up. He's got 7 movement, so he's a 6 right now. He's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4, and he's going to look through the portal, which means I'll get rid of this guy. We're going to need all the space. And the world we find on the other side of this portal is... Portal card 2. The derelict ship. Let me see if I have a sound. Well, we're still in the canyons. We'll grab that here in a second. So we're going to the derelict ship. That's awesome. That is awesome. I'll be right back. I need to get the cards. Oh, that's right. They got the threat deck too. I need that. Yeah, this derelict ship expansion is pretty much Event Horizon. And it's just as horrifying. Geek out if you're still here. Devin, when he came over and first experienced Shadows of Brimstone, the first place he actually went to with us was the derelict ship, and he almost got jettisoned out of the damn ship. We all had to make skill tests to see if we can keep him from being launched out into space, and even then he had to see if he can actually hold on to something to keep him from falling out, because there was like a breach in the hull or something. And it was... This area is horrifying. can't forget their threat deck either. These I definitely plan on adding to the stream. I will be doing these. And like I said, I want to do the tiles. I just get scared because I look at the size of the tile deck for the mines, and I'm like, that's just a lot of cards. But I love the idea of pulling tiles out from the stream elements instead. Randomizes everything. Works out pretty well. Okay. But sometimes it's kind of nice when you're playing board games. It's kind of nice to have the. It's kind of nice to have everything that you can actually touch and feel. Anyway. Yeah, some of these pieces are just not sticking. So we need to pull out a tile. And there's a whole bunch of stuff I have to do with this. We have to pull out a tile. And the tile from that deck is going to be the bridge. So we just straight up come out onto the ship's bridge. So your crew are dimension jumpers? They sure are. I wouldn't have it any other way. I love going. The hell? I think Siri was listening to me and decided to play something that I didn't want her to play. That was weird. Or didn't. She probably just decided to do that. It reminds me of the tabletop RPG The Strange by Mont Cook. The Strange. Let me look that up for a second. I see that and I get a little excited because I love that portal jumping stuff. The Strange Top RPG. Oh, so is it like Stargate-ish? By Bruce Cordell and Monte Cook. Okay. Love the artwork. I'm gonna have to investigate this because I am liking what I'm seeing. I'm even seeing some like Lovecraftian looking stuff. Like look, this is one monster that reminds me of Azathoth eating worlds. That's cool. Oh, the derelict ship has a lot of rules in it. Okay, so it's gonna go from there to there. Get rid of these, so I can bring these on the stream or on in the camera. There we go. That light's just too much. So that's still happening here, but once we get here, not a big deal. But there is an advanced rule for this place called Blinking Console. Oh God. Oh God. Blinking Console. Am I missing a card? Nope, I'm just blind. So, ugh. There we go. Reshuffle these bad boys, and we're off. All right. So what we found was on the other side, we found the bridge of the derelict ship. Very, very cool. So this would explain why that the 12th Cavalry never came back. They went to the one of the worst possible places in the game, in my opinion. I I I, I love Derelict Ship. It's my favorite expansion, but because I'm all about that sci-fi stuff. But it's like at the same time, I remember this being like also one of the most unforgiving places to go to. Next is it's not Isamu, Murphy, and Murphy's going to move up his. Well, first he's going to roll for his grit, see if he can get it back. Nope, but he's got 7 movement. Nope, 6 movement. We don't have that bonus anymore. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I don't know if I want him going in there all the way, but I also don't want all those. Oh God. Okay, what am I gonna do? How am I gonna get everybody in here? There's a good chance we're gonna get ambushed. See, the weird thing about Shadows of Brimstone is the general rule is this: if you're on a puzzle piece between 2 rooms, no matter what, you're in combat. You can see and shoot whatever is in the other room or your room, as long as you got line of sight and all that. Portals act different. The reason why I'm nervous right now is because, I mean, luckily everything that attacks us is an ambush, but there's enemies on this side, which really shouldn't be, because they need to be over here to be attacking us. These 2 are in trouble. These 2 right here are in serious trouble, and those are my squishy characters. And I guess I should keep Murphy here. Yeah, you know what? Murphy's gonna be there after seeing this, because if we get ambushed, the enemies are going to start filling up this area where our squishies are. And yeah, we can move through the portal, but these 2 have to make escape tests to try to get away from all that crap, which, as we saw at the end of the last adventure, did not work out well at all. So I think this is the formation I want. An enemy can get here. They won't spawn in here because they need to be adjacent, and they need to be able to attack the target, which they're obviously going to be on this tile. So this is where the tile they will be spawning on. They can't spawn on another tile. So they'll be spawning on this tile in ambush, basically forming around everybody here. And as long as I got Murphy here, I can have him kind of be an extra target for them, considering he's got a lot more health. Although I'm dying to go in there. But we do still have to do an encounter in there. So, but let's read the Derelict Ship special rules. Interstellar Horror. Whenever a Hold Back the Darkness roll is failed, the hero or heroes furthest from the lantern immediately hear voices in the dark. So Murphy is going to be hearing voices in the dark if we fail. So it's basically equal distance. So if I had like another person that was 2 spaces away, they'd be doing the same thing. While on the Derelict Ship, whenever a hero explores, looks through a doorway, or successfully scavenges, they may draw a loot card on a d6 roll of 5+. Oh God, I want to go in there so bad. Okay. Derelict Ship has some awesome guns, and you know what? I'll pull out the artifacts and go over them with y'all when we're done here, because I mean, my experience is this: Caverns of Cinders has some of the best close combat weapons. Derelict Ship has some of the best ranged weapons. I mean, plasma rifles and stuff. You can't beat that. Although I do have to admit, the trusty pistol for the drifter is probably one of the most powerful weapons in the game, just because if your agility score is high, you're getting more attacks. But it also falls in line with the drifter's abilities, so I guess it's probably not the most powerful outside of the drifter. So that means we're still in the heavy rain, and yeah, this is a bad place to be. We need to try to get out of here and in there, because these 2 won't have a problem. These 2 only have a range 4 in this world right now, unless we do Pull back the darkness, we get doubles, and we get to remove this stupid card. So, with that being the end of the round, I have to remember Voices in the Dark during Hold Back the Darkness. We have a lot of Hold Back the Darkness cards right now. And then, of course, looting. Scavenging. Every time we do scavenge, now there's an incentive to do some scavenging. Funny how that works. I'm like, I think we can stop doing it. Now I'm like, well, scavenging all around at this point. I want some guns. I mean, yeah, I want to kill if we're fighting anything. But anyway, so let's go ahead and pull out an exploration token, and let's see what we get. Hopefully it's if there's another clue token, that's great. That could be either one at this point. So, exploration, let's draw. Am I doing this right? Yes, but we also... Blinking console. Let's do it. Exploration. We've already done that one. We have not. So we got a clue token. We got a darkness card. And we got an encounter. And that's going to be for derelict ship. So, first things first, we need a 4+ to avoid being ambushed. And I knew it. Yeah, we're getting ambushed. And it's going to be from derelict ship enemies. Hopefully it's some of my painted models. Then we have a darkness and an encounter. So the darkness... Man. Let's see what we get for a darkness card. That would be card 3? Yep. Ritual of Fire. Every hero takes 4 horror hits for each sanity damage taken. I'm sorry, for each... Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm reading this wrong. I didn't see the period at the end of the sentence. Every hero takes 4 horror hits. For each sanity damage taken from these hits, that hero also gets burning marker. Oof. So, alright, 4 horror hits. That's not good. Because 5+ are on just about everybody but Montana. So we'll start with Enrique. He needs 5+. Wow, good for him. He only got 1. I'm going to use tokens for this, because this is just... Well, I guess I can use these. Game tokens. Actually, I'll use these guys here. And we need burning. And he gained 1 burning token. That's Enrique. And then we got Montana. 4d6 at 4+. She's taking 2. That's a burning. And she's got 2. And then we've got Isamu. He needs 5+. He's taking 3. Oh. What else is there? So, I need to actually add up those hits as well. So, he's taking 3 burning tokens. I had the hunch that the Isamu and Murphy are going to get roughed up by this. And then finally, Murphy is also getting burning tokens. Well, actually, he needs to be making a 4d6 roll with 5+. Same thing, he's getting 3. So, burning marker. And he's getting 3 as well. So at the beginning of every round, they're taking 2 wounds, removing the burning marker as well. Or beginning of their activation. Now everybody's taking sanity damage. So Enrique just took 1 sanity damage. Montana took 2 sanity damage. Isamu took 3 sanity damage. And then Murphy took 3 sanity damage as well. Yeesh. It's pretty rough. And we also got another encounter in that room. That was the darkness card. Darkness card's gone. We'll get rid of that. I had no way to get rid of that thing. That's a bummer. And then we have 2 encounters. We have a clue. We already did that, so we are being ambushed. Let me see what we get ambushed by. We'll do that here at the end. So first things first, we'll start with the blinking console. The room appears to be a command station for this ship. There are several control panels and monitors lining the walls, as well as empty chairs and freestanding consoles across the room. You see a blinking red next to a large button. Choose. Press the button. Roll a d6. Or ignore it and move on. No effect. Can I grit roll this? Does not say I can't. I'm going to do it. Chances of loot cards? Sign me up. D6. Come on, come on, come on. Is that a 5? Yes. So what we got was the security seal release. The next clue found on the derelict ship, this adventure, also gives heroes 2 loot cards. Each hero 2 loot cards. So I got to remember that. I will... Whoops. I'll grab one of these bad boys here and put a 5 on it to remind me that we got a bonus on the next clue token. Next encounter. Bioscan tagged. As you enter the room, a bioscan laser is initiated, sweeping down the hall and coming to focus on one of the posse. Burning a small sigil into their skin, the laser implants a luminescent tracking tag that's probably not a good thing. So one random hero needs to make a luck 6+ test. Let's see who the random hero is. Oh, Enrique. Always with the bad luck. So he's got a luck 4, but he needs a 6+ on this. I could spend a potion. I'm going to spend a potion. His final potion. These potions are amazing. So that gives him 6d6 on a 6+. He does have a grit. I'm wondering if it's OBS bot doing this. Or it's my wireless. That could be it. It could be it as well. So, I'm going to spend a grit to reroll all of that. Luckily, Enrique does have a grit, so... Another 66 roll. He should get it. There we go. Got multiples of them. So, if successful, the laser shut off before completing the tracking tag. Gain 25 XP and take D3 corruption hits. That wasn't a great trade-off. So, Enrique gained 25 XP. Is that just for scavenge, or is that also for loot and scavenge? So it's not this. So he's getting 25 XP. And D3 corruption hits. So let's see how many he gets first. Oh, great. Wonderful. All 3. So needs to make 3d6 at 5+. Enrique took 2 corruption hits. 2 corruption damage, actually. So... Oh, wow. We had to use potion and his grit to avoid... You know what? Out of curiosity, let's see what would have happened. If failed, you have been marked for experimentation by the Flesh Stalker. Take this card to show that you have been tagged. During the fight with the Flesh Stalker or Flesh Drones, they will prioritize you as the target first, and their attacks against you are +2 damage. Discard if KO'd at the end of the adventure. Okay. Not a big deal. Kind of feel weird about spending the grid on it now. That's okay, I guess. So... Wow. Alright. We've done the 2 encounters. Let's go ahead and see what we're fighting. Watch it be the Flesh Stalkers. It is! The Flesh Drones. So... Gobbled together from parts of bodies and gruesome technology, these mindless drones are ruthless but efficient. Roll a d6. On a roll of 1 or 2, the Flesh Drones also have a sinister experiment. So on a d6 roll, or 1 or 2, go figure. So they get a sinister experiment. And we're taking on d3 plus... Nope, we're taking on Peril Dice. All 6. Okay, so we're taking on 6 models of the Flesh Drones. I'll keep that here for now because I'm going to need that here in a second. I need sinister plans. Well, I don't know what to say about that card. Apparently I don't have a Sinister Experiment card. Probably gonna ignore that for now, because, like, I have no idea where that is. So I'm just going to... I'm gonna pull up their card first. And that is Flesh Drones. Their initiative 4. Chat away. I can't read the screen. There we go. Yeah, everything's being kind of overlapping here. Yeah, see, it's crazy. I have other things, and I could have sworn I had Sinister. I need to go and reorganize my decks, because I think they might be mixed in with something else. Because I don't... They're nowhere in any of the decks that they should be in, so... I don't know what to do there. But we're taking on all 6 of them, and they're in ambush. See, I have the tools. I have the tools, but I don't have Sinister card set. I have no idea where that is. Hope I didn't lose them. If so, I'll just... I guess I'll go online, find out what they are, and then make a dice roll sheet for the rules. Which is strange. I should have them somewhere. So... We're still here with the heavy rain and everything. But these guys are going to be in ambush, so they're getting +2 to their initiative, so they're technically a 6. So they will be going before everybody. They have endurance 3, so they can't take more than 3 wounds. That bothers me. I gotta find that card set. So they can't take more than 3 wounds on any given hit. And then secondly... Oh, they don't have much health. They're vicious weapons. Flesh drone hits, ignore armor, and have damage value equal to the hit rolled. So they can do 4+ damage. They hurt. I'm sure their Sinister Experiments card probably makes them worse, which is crazy. Because, yeah, I've got the Fiendish Goals. Yeah, Fiendish Goals I think is for the other guy, though. They actually come with a kind of like a lieutenant. But if you want to see what the model looks like, they're based... I remember at one time thinking about painting them. But yeah, that's what they look like. They're just bits and pieces of different bodies, and get all these weird weapons. Dig them, though. Anyway, let's go ahead and roll these guys out and decide who they're going after. Start with this guy here. He's going after... That would be... Isamu? So he's here. So now we're down to basically these 3. So we're going to roll D6s on them. That's going to be Enrique. This one is going after... that would be Montana. Montana's out of the game now for being attacked. They're all close combat. Next one's going after... That would be Murphy. I'll put him here. Next one's going after... It's rolling on my screen. Okay. There we go. That one's going after Enrique. And the last one, obviously, can't go after anybody other than Murphy. So we'll say these 2. This guy's after Isamu. These 2 are after Enrique. These 2 are after... Help if I actually point them in the direction of the person. So, Murphy, Enrique, and this one's going after Montana. Was he going after Montana? Yeah, he was going after Montana. Okay, so... we did all that. We set up the combat. We're in an ambush. We definitely want to go into this place and find some gear. Um, these guys are outlaws. That's right. They now have the outlaw special keyword, which means that gives them +2 health, +1 damage. Yep, +2 health, +1 damage. See it one more time. +2 health, +1 damage on their attacks. Okay. So they're going to be doing 5 to 7 points of damage on each hit. That hurts. All right. So, and they're going first. So now that we're finally set up, we now move on to hold back the darkness. Murphy's going to lift up his double sixes. Something happens when we roll doubles, don't we? Doesn't it? When we're here? Because we're still technically in the canyons. Let me see what the canyons do. So they're +1 defense on the first turn of an ambush. So they're technically a 3 defense right now. At the beginning of the fight, every hero may recover a grit on a d6 roll of 4+. Gotta remember all this. What else do we have? I think that's it. I don't think there's anything about double rolls. I could have sworn we had something for double rolls. We do have Blood Moon. Spirit +1. Hold back the darkness. Depth event. On a depth event, +1 growing dread till the end of the adventure. So we do have... That was from... if I remember correctly, that was the Blood Moon. So it added a growing dread. But it gives us +1 spirit for the adventure. Yeah, that's it. The Blood Moon gave us a grit during that, if I remember correctly. So that sucks. So what's going to happen is on a double 6, we are in the cavern canyon. So I'll just read it. It's the same thing as it always is. So stubborn resolve. This place is horrible and unforgiving, but you're not about to give up without a fight. Each hero may immediately heal d6 wounds sanity or recover 1 grit. KO'd heroes may immediately recover, rolling for their injury madness and healing 2d6 wounds sanity, or wounds. Yeah, we don't have to worry about the KO. Nobody's dead. So d6 wounds sanity or 1 grit. How's everybody doing? I think everybody's doing all right, actually. Actually, we might want to heal up because we are about to start taking some burning damage. Enrique, it might be a waste on him. Montana could use it. Murphy could use it. And I'm going to say Isamu could heal up some of that sanity. So I guess Enrique's going to get back his grit. So we'll give that 1 grit to Enrique. Montana's going to get back, what? 3 points. So that's perfect. Well, not quite perfect, but I'm happy with those results. That's going to bring her... I'm going to give her probably 1 point in sanity and 2 points in health. Because these guys, I don't think they don't do yeah, they don't have any horror checks or anything. Isamu is going to get back 4 points, which will basically bump him back to full sanity. And then Murphy is going to get back 5 solid points, which he's really needing. He's been taking some damage and some sanity. I'm half tempted to dump that in his sanity. Or I can give him 3 in his sanity and maybe 2. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Or I can just use some whiskey. We have so much whiskey that we're not using. I'm going to dump it into his health. That is 5 points. There we go. He's back to 25. We're going to need it considering we're taking burning damage. Uh, we don't need this anymore. Although I need to find out what happened to those sinister experiments cards. I know I have them. I just got to go find them. And they're probably mixed in with the wrong deck. So we did hold back darkness. Yeah, we passed. Got the double roll of a 6. We added a darkness card because of that. But now we are at the beginning of combat. And we are dealing with flesh drones. So they're going to go first. They're +1 defense and +2 initiative right now because of the rules for being an outlaw. So let's begin. Oh God. Okay. They ignore armor and have damage equal to the value of the hits. So it's +1 to their damage rolls. All right. There are only 2 combat a pop. And what we'll do is we'll start off with, we'll go in initiative order. We'll have these 2 going after Enrique first. So there's no difference between any of their attacks. So I'm just going to roll out 4d6. And they need to make 4 pluses. They got 1. So it's going to be dealing 6 damage if he doesn't get his 4+ against this. Ouch. So 4... Hold on. 6, 7 points of damage. Because it's +1 to the damage roll. So Enrique just took 7 points of damage. Damn. Okay, next is Montana. She's taking 2 attacks. Ouch. Does she make it? She needs a 4+. She does. She avoids that attack. Murphy. No, Isamu's getting 1, so 2 attacks. Neither hit. And then Murphy's taking 4 attacks. That is 1 hit at 6 damage, 7 damage. Does he get it? He needs a 4+. He does. He avoids it. We should actually be able to make easy work out of these guys. Although they do hit pretty hard when they hit. Damn. So we'll start with Enrique. Enrique's going to take 2 points of burning damage. He's now bloodied, and we'll get rid of that game token. It's number 15. Yeah. He's no longer got any burning markers on him. He's got his pistols. God, an ornate pistol would be best on him. So he's going to be getting, 6 shots at critical 6. So let's see what he gets. First, let's roll for his grit, see if he gets any back. He does not. So we're going to do 66 at 5+. Here's hoping he gets some 6s. We could score some of those right now. He gets 1 critical. I'm going to spend a grit to give Enrique another chance here to roll those 5 misses. So he's getting 1 regular hit and 2 criticals. But again, these guys can't take more than 3 damage. Oh, and they're +2 health. So they're technically 7 health. So... Man, endurance sucks. Okay, so... Enrique's obviously going after the guys that are on him. So he's going to be directing... Man, endurance 3. He's going to be directing his crits on this guy. He's not getting any bonus damage. And he has nothing to ignore. These guys are actually pretty rough. So, if he kills somebody, he gets Sinister Laugh, roll a d6 on a 5 or 6 gain a grit. So, I didn't remember that he has that. So, here's the first critical. It is, well, he doesn't get his defense, but again, if I roll anything higher than a 3, the rest of it's wasted. So the first hit did 6 points of damage. Therefore, it only did 3. So let me go ahead and give him a token. -1, so he's got 3 wounds on him. And that is this guy right here. And here's the next one. You got, what, 6 wounds? So, again, whatever I roll, it kills him. So he got 6 health. He does 5 damage, but he only can do 3 because of endurance. But he does manage to kill the dude. So he is dead, and Enrique ends up getting 25 XP for that. Next, he's got 1 extra shot, and he's going to put it on... He's going to help Montana and try to get some damage on that guy. So it's going to be -3 to the roll. I don't think he's going to be able to make this one. Yeah, I kind of had hunch. I did pretty good with those last 2. He did pretty good with those last 2 shots. Or the last 2 hits. So he did manage to kill 1 guy out of 6. Didn't put any damage on this guy. Oh! On a d6 roll of 5 or 6, he gets a grip back. He gets his grip back. Since he killed that guy. Could attempt... Let me see how much bandages does he have on him. Or how many bandages does he have on him. Enrique has... He's going to start spending some bandages. So here's the first one. He's got 2 of them. He's going to get 3 and then 5. So he's getting 8 back. Giving him 40 XP and 8 health back. So 8 health and 40 XP. But that also removes the 2 bandages that he has on himself. And as a matter of fact, we're in combat. Why am I not playing combat music? How loud is that? It's really loud. We turn that down here. You all hear that? Okay, so it's the end of Enrique's turn, and we now move down to they've already gone. We'll go down to Montana. Montana is going to take 2 wounds from the burning damage, and it's going to remove number 14. It's going to remove 1 from what she's got as far as burning tokens. So she's got 1 more left. The other 2, God, they're going to be taking some extra damage. That one is gone, but I might end up using it here soon. So Montana, she's going to roll for her grit first. Doesn't get it, but she's going to now start shooting her gun. She shouldn't have any problems with it. Oh, she's got 2 guns now. That's right. So she's got her hunting rifle. If I remember correctly, all her bonuses are for 2-handed weapons only. So her pistol's really not getting much. That's why I'm thinking that ornate pistol would probably be better on Enrique. So I might just go ahead. I mean, I'm still going to roll those, but we'll see what happens. They would be better on Enrique. So she's getting 3 shots with her hunting rifle and 2 shots with the ornate pistol. But that ornate pistol does get +2 damage. So we'll roll them separately. They're 2 separate attacks. So, per usual, she's getting 3d6. She does have a grit, so I can re-roll these. And she's also got... She's got her iron concentration, so she can roll damage with gun. And she can also... She got the Darkstone inlay, so she can re-roll 1 to hit roll on the rifle. So, 3d6. That's 1 hit and 2 crits. Again, she can only do more than 3 damage against these guys, but either way, she's getting +2 damage. Honestly, the crits... I'm half tempted to use the crit on the guy in front of her, and see if I can roll some damage, because it'd be minus 1 to her damage roll if I use it. You know what? We'll play it safe. The 2 crits hit the guy next to her. Since it's a +2 damage weapon, I can't roll any lower than a 1. It's going to do 3 damage. He's dead. So he kills that guy outright. And that gives her a couple things. One, it gives her experience of 25. And she gets rapid fire. Or rapid shot. So she gets rapid shot with this. You know, it's only usable on 2-handed weapons. So she gets an additional shot. I'm going to re-roll that with her re-roll. Okay, so gets nothing out of the rapid shot, but she still has 1 extra shot that does +2 damage. I don't think she has anything else she can add to it. No. That Gulch rifle would be really nice. Oh, I did upgrade the Gulch rifle. Why am I not using that? Okay, so I'm using her standard starting item. So I should be using the Gulch rifle. It's actually the same when it comes to range, but the fact that I can do melee, and it does ridiculous stuff with melee, I'm going to think she might be a decent melee character. So it's going to be -1 to what I roll for damage. On the, let's say, I'm going to pick the guy on Murphy. Right in front of her. I'll have the gun pointing right at him. So -1 to what I roll. So 1 point of damage. I get to re-roll damage. I haven't done that yet, so I'm going to re-roll the damage roll. I was even telling myself, this is probably a bad idea. So yeah, nothing happened. -1 to the 1 roll. He's still very much in pristine shape. So that would be Montana's turn. No, she's got 2 shots with her pistol. That's right, she's got that tail. Yeah. So the tail's holding onto a gun. Should be at, hold on, I need to make a change to her. Her max corruption should be at not a 5. There we go. So she's got her ornate pistol. She's going to fire 2 shots into this guy to get +2 damage each. She doesn't get any rerolls on this. I do have grit if I need to, but it's 2 shots. That's 2 crits. +2 damage again. If I can't roll any less than a 1, so that's 2 3 damage hits. The dude's dead. So she doesn't get the extra shot with this. It's only with 2-handed weapons. Yeah. Rapid fire is only on that. Okay, hold on a second. Oh, there's nobody behind him. Sharpshooter still would have gone off. So sharpshooter is on a kill with on an enemy with gun. It doesn't say 2-handed. I get a d6 damage to an enemy up to 3 spaces behind it. It's not saying it's a hit. It does d6 damage. So they would get their armor against it though. But these guys don't have armor? Nope. Too bad there was nobody behind them. That would have been sick. Okay, so the pistol's actually looking pretty good on her. If I can get 2 shots and that can trigger. It's just the problem is trying to line up. You actually have to move around and line shots up. And I can't do that right now.
Jake.
Probably could have. No, I couldn't. So anyway, she did that. And that gained her 25 XP. Did I already do that? Remember. Anyway, so she killed 2 guys in 1 turn. Montana wrecked house. Nice. Or cleaned up house. I keep saying wrecked house. It's cleaned up house. But anyway, so he's dead, and now we're gonna move on to Isamu and Murphy. So Isamu's gonna go first. He's gonna take 2 points of damage from the burning, and we'll get rid of 1. What number is he? 13. He's gonna get rid of 1 of those burning markers. I really... I guess I'm gonna have to have him focus on the guy next to him. I guess what I should have done is I should have had Montana kill this guy, and Isamu could have gone in and taken some... Yeah, that would have been a lot smarter. Well, either way, Isamu's going to throw down on this guy, unless he can move there? He wouldn't be able to attack him, though. Okay, so Isamu's just going to attack the guy next to him. First, he's going to roll for grit. Needs a 6+. Doesn't get it. But Isamu does get 3 combat. Because he's getting +1 from the Sword of Defiance. Is he? No, he's getting +1 from the Darkstone Grip. He might. There's nobody. Yeah, he would have been. It would have been a lot smarter if I moved him over there. For this very reason. What does he have? He has this rattlesnake fangs. I can always use the Ring of the Heaven at one point. He does have a Void Core. He can re-roll escape tests. I could move him. I'm going to do that. I want to move Isamu over there and see if I can get as much damage as I can on those guys. Because Isamu's getting a lot of damage on these guys. He's going to be getting +1 damage from the Outlaw Club for these guys being medium or smaller bases. He's going to be getting +1 damage from the Sword of Defiance, +1 damage from the Void Core. So he's at +3 damage already, meaning it's just whatever I roll, unless it's crits. So I'm going to have him do an escape test. These guys are an escape 5+. That's not too hard. Oh, wait, no, that's actually really hard. He gets to re-roll on his escape test. He gets it. I'm going to have him move 1, 2, 3. What's he? 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep. Actually, you could have just gone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, there we go. And now I'm going to be able to get all these guys in on this. So, problem is, of course, again, they're only going to be taking 3 damage a pop at best. It's just now I can actually roll some damage over if I kill somebody. So, let's see what I can do here. Isamu's got 3 attacks. He's a 3+ melee. All of them hit. I don't really need them to be crits because they're defense 3. He's getting +3 damage, so it's whatever I roll at this point. They don't do any fear or horror. If they did, I would have been a +4. So, okay. I don't get any rerolls on the damage or attacks, but I can add damage with the Rattlesnake Fangs, which I might actually... I'm going to hold on to it. So here's the first one. It's whatever I roll for the damage. 3 points of damage. It's going to be on... it doesn't really matter which one. It's going to be on the guy right here in front of him. I'll just point him his direction. So that's 3 damage. I'm not going to bother doing... He's probably going to hopefully die. And then the next attack does... does 2 points of damage. That was really... There's no way for me to add another one. No. I mean, I could use the Rattlesnake Fangs, but it'd be a waste. Yeah. So he takes 2 points of damage, and the next attack... -3. If I roll a 1, he's dead. So, he's dead. Now, the cool thing here is I finally get to use this. The Sword of Defiance, when you kill an enemy, every adjacent enemy to it takes 1 wound, ignoring defense. So the guy next to him, this guy, just took 1 damage. 1 damage. So he's now down to 5 health. I mean, that could make a pretty big difference. I was really hoping to kill these guys off, or... No. It's gonna help Murphy. take this guy down. It shouldn't be hard for Murphy to do it. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think Murphy could have manhandled. Well, no, he can't do more than 3 damage. And oh, we didn't do the D6 roll of 4+ each either. Oh well. So it's the end of Isamu's turn. It's now moving on to Murphy. And Murphy is going to do what? He's going to roll for grit. He doesn't get it, but he's going to make... Murphy's getting a lot of attacks here. Yeah, he's getting 4 attacks. There's no way for me to get next to the other guy either. I don't have the halberd, so I can't use the halberd. So I'm guessing we're just gonna have to... Do I have anything that would let me... Nope. Alright, so Murphy's just gonna attack the guy right here in front of him. He's got 4 attacks. This is overkill. Let's roll him out. We got 2 crits and 2 hits. The criticals are +1 damage a pop. How much health does he have right now? He has 5 health. So I guess we'll roll out the first one. It's +1 to the roll. So 2 damage. He's now down to 3. And then the next one. Wow, really? 3 damage. So that kills him. And that's pretty much it for Murphy here. He can't really do anything else. Let's see for Murphy. Experience. He's getting 25 experience for Murphy. And that is the end of the round. And I think Enrique should be able to take that guy down before his turn. He'll be initiative 4 again. He'll be back to initiative 4, the Flesh Throne. And Enrique's still in initiative 5, but we do have to make Hold Back the Darkness. So with it being the end of the round, we gotta remember there's a whole bunch of rules now sitting in the Darkness cards and everywhere else for Hold Back the Darkness checks. Yeah. So 2d6, Murphy lifts up his lantern. Let's see if he gets it. Doubles. Roll a d6. On a roll of 5+, discard the card. So Heavy Rain's still in effect. So double 2s is bad. Double 2s is bad. I think that's actual damage. Let me pull that up. So dark... Oh! It's even worse. Dark Dread. Things are looking more and more bleak by the moment. Draw another Growing Dread card and add it to the stack. We're up to 4 now. No, we're up to 5. Everybody's gonna have to start spending their... Everybody needs to start saving up their grits. And we need to spend all our tonics and everything we have to start removing these things. Luckily, we have, I think, 5 tonics. We might be able to get rid of that deck if we do this right. Yeah, we have 5 tonics on us. So it costs 1 grit for the whole posse to get rid of 1 Growing Dread card. And what we'll do is we'll go through the Growing Dread cards when we actually flip them. And whatever's bad, we just spend the points and get rid of it. Because Montana still has... Yeah, she still has her... her Serpent Fang Charm, so she can still get her grit back. And some other characters also have items that give them grit back. So I think we'll be able to handle this. That stack's getting a little bit heavy, in my opinion. Or a little too full. So beginning of the round, didn't fail, didn't pass. It just... We get hit by another Growing Dread card, which sucks. So... Beginning of the round, we move on to... It's not going to be the flesh drones this time because they're not a 6 anymore. So it's going to be Enrique. Enrique gets to go first. He's going to roll for his grit. Hopefully he gets it. We need grit right now, and bad. Nope. So what he's going to do then is he's going to pull out his pistols and he's firing 6 shots into the guy right in front of him. He does get his criticals because he is a bandit. Want to grit this. He's not really that much of a threat. So 1 critical and 1 hit. He's not getting any bonuses on this. This is actually statistically the best roll. Statistically a good roll. So the crit is going to be whatever I roll for damage to a maximum of 3. So here's the crit. There we go. 3 points of damage. Let me pull up that token again here. Oh, it's all the way up there. Okay, so 3 points of damage. Turn that to a 3. So he's got 3 wounds. He does have 6 health because he's getting... He's 7 health. He's 7 health because he's getting the +2 health bonus. I forgot about that. So he's got 3 wounds. The next hit is -2 this time because... Why is that? Because he doesn't have the +1 defense anymore. So, -2 to the roll, 1 point of damage. That brings him to 4 wounds. Okay. He's still alive, so he gets to attack. He's still... Actually, he was on the saw move. We can't move past these 2 characters, so he has to actually choose between them which one he's going to attack. And it's going to be Enrique. So obviously the guy who is shooting at him is the guy he's going to be attacking. So... Gee, hold on, what was this? The next clue found on the derelict ship. Okay. So he's going to make 2 combat at 4+. And so it's going to be 4... +1 damage for the outlaw thing. So he's gonna do 5 damage if Enrique can't avoid this at a 4+. So he's taking 5 points of damage. And these guys do hurt when they hit. So after his turn, it's now Montana. Montana's going next. She's gonna be rolling for her grit. Nope. But she's gonna make... She's got multiple shots here. She's probably got this guy's... This guy's probably gonna die from all this. She's getting 3 shots with her hunting rifle. That's 2 hits. So he's now back down to a defense 2. She's getting +2 to the damage on this. That's pretty much, I think, all she's getting. But she does get to re-roll. I'll re-roll that miss. So she's got 3 hits. And I get to re-roll damage as well. So, here we go. It's whatever I roll. So here's the first one. He's only got 3 wounds left on him. Whatever I roll to the hit, he's dead. Normally she would get rapid fire with this, but there's no other enemies on the table, so she gets 25 XP for killing him. Woo, not 225, 25. There we go. And she got 25 XP for that. And that's the end of the combat. And we only fought 1 monster group. And this only happens when we find the next clue token. So we do find 1 loot, and we do have Catch Your Breath. So let me get rid of their card. So let me think. We're going to be getting 1 loot apiece. We do have to do Catch Your Breath right now. So Enrique and Montana went, so they're going to be getting 1d3 back. So here's Enrique, 1d3. He's getting 3 points back. Obviously, I'm going to be putting it into health, so 3 points of health. And then Montana's getting back 1d3 as well. She's getting 2 points back. She's gonna dump them. We are on the derelict ship. I think this is a very horror-heavy area, so I'm gonna put 1 into her sanity and 1 into her health. And then... Oh, that's right. Montana took damage. So Montana took 2 points of damage. We didn't do it for Murphy either. So she took 2 points of damage, and we removed that burning marker. That's a 14. And Murphy should have taken some damage too as well last turn. So 2 points of damage, and the burning marker should be down. That's number 12. Should be down by... There we go. So... Montana and Enrique did their catch your breath. Now we need to do Isamu and Murphy. And since they didn't go this turn, they get 2 options. They either get to heal up, or they get a grit back. Healing up sounds really, really good, though, right now. We are kind of low on bandages. And I think Isamu, I'm going to give him a grit, because he's only got 2 points of damage on his health. So I'll give him a grit. So he's now at 2 out of 3. And then we got Murphy. We need grit to get rid of some of these growing dread cards, but he's got a lot of sanity damage, so I'm gonna roll a d6. Oh, we got whiskey. I'm gonna give him Murphy's gonna get a grit back. We need all the tonics we can keep so that we can do this stuff. So they still have 2 burning markers apiece, so they got 4 points of damage coming their way in the next 2 turns. Or 2 per turn. But either way. So we did catch your breath. Now we do the loot for each character. So we'll start with Enrique. Enrique gets double experience on the loots that he finds. And plus 25 gold. Oh! Nice. Oh, we're not on the derelict ship right now. We're actually in the canyons. So he's getting an artifact card from the canyons. And 40 experience. So there's Enrique getting 40 experience and an artifact card from the canyon. I'll be right back with the artifact card. Yeah, I kind of figured we're going to find these. All the tribal stuff comes out in the canyons. So we found a tribal wind dance. Once per fight, make a spirit 6+ test at the start of the turn. If successful, all enemies are -2 initiative. But the only problem is you have to be tribal to use it, and I don't have a tribal character. So that's what that is. Maybe if I bring them down a little bit, y'all can actually be able to see what we got going on here. So this is the discard pile. This is the discard pile. That's basically my inventory pile. So this way I can show you what all we get. And then of course the growing dread cards stacked. Those are always fun. So that's what Enrique gained. Next we've got Montana with a loot. She finds 1 Darkstone and 30 experience. So she gets 1 Darkstone. It's the first time we get Darkstone this mission. And 30 experience. So now she's at 1395. Once they get to 1500, they're actually, I think, halfway to the next level. So next is Isamu. And Isamu is going to be getting... He's getting plus 25 for the gold because of Murphy. So he's getting 125 gold and 20 experience. So 125 gold and 20 experience for Isamu. Then finally, Murphy. Murphy generates... So Murphy is a prospector. His special rule that I chose for him was he gets double what he finds in exploration, in scavenge, and in loot. So it's going to be double what I roll plus the 25 bonus. So I would roll a d6 times 50. Nice. Okay, so 425 gold is what he's finding. 425 gold. And he's getting 20 XP. Nice find. And that's it for the loot. We fought the monsters. We finished them off. Now we get to go to the derelict ship. Oh, God. I'm hoping we find all the artifacts we can in here. And the beautiful thing is that when we do scavenge, if I remember correctly, if we do scavenge in here, we find some good stuff. So, end of the combat, end of the round. We now move on to my favorite part. Hold back the darkness. See, how many rooms should we be in right now? That discard pile got too big. It's +1 because we did have a darkness card that brought us up. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we should be 7 down the line, which we are. This is the 8th room. So we actually, policy marker should be at 8, not 9. So we are making an 8+ roll. Thankfully, we got rid of that darkness card, so we need to make it ++ roll. If we roll a 7, bad things happen. I frickin' conjured that. Okay, so on a 7, first off, we failed. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna use a rail spike because I don't want any more darkness cards on the table. So darkness does not come out. It does not come up the depth track. But we do have a darkness card in here that's really bad for us. Anytime a 7 is rolled for hold back the darkness roll, you must choose add a growing dread to the stack or corruption hits. I think I'm going to take the corruption hits. We've got enough growing dread in there as it is. Which means Isamu's probably going to mutate. So let's see what happens. So we need to make willpower saves against these. So we're going to start with Enrique first. He needs to make 2 d6 at 5+. So he does get 1. So he's good. Montana, she's got a 4+ on this. She failed both. I just sworn somebody had the ability to ignore. Not exactly ignore. Oh, I'm thinking of the Tridarans. So she took 2. She's now halfway to mutating. And then we got Isamu. If he fails both of these, he's mutating this round. Move to 5+. So you know what that means? That means Isamu just mutated. So let me get the book. I need to scan these and put these in the stream. This way I don't have to ever pull these out again. So Isamu, I think he's clean. I don't think he does have any mutations on him right now. Yep, he's just got impressive scars. So that means that he's had mutations or injuries, and the surgery was so successful that he actually ended up getting health for it. So the mutation chart, we need to roll on it. So we need to do D36. That's a 26. So what he gets is a void infection. Anytime you pass through a gate, which we are just about to do, you take 1 corruption point, ignoring willpower. That's a bad one. I mean, not horrible, but still, it's not great. So Isamu now has void infection. Void infection. Enter gate. Take 1 corruption. No willpower. Yeah, we're gonna have to get rid of that. We are gonna have to get rid of that. So, not bad. It could have been worse. Could have been something that affects him during combat or a whole lot of other things. So not a big deal. Oh, I mean, it's going to affect him when we go through that portal, but either way, it could be a whole lot worse. So, he no longer has a mutation. I mean, a mutation marker on him. That brings him back down to 0, but pretty soon, that's going to bring him, he's going to go up 1 because we're going through a portal. Next is Murphy. He needs to make 2 5+ saves as well. So he takes 1. But Murphy has a lot of corruption resist. He has 6, so we're good there. Card's rough. I kind of wish I got rid of that one. All right, so beginning of the round, we got Enrique. Enrique's gonna, you know, just gleefully go through that portal without taking any corruption. He's got, well, right now, it's weird, yeah, because here, right now, we're -1 move in here. But now we're going to another area. How does that work? I guess once we go in there, we're just back to normal movement. So if this costed 1, we go in here. 2, we're back up to normal movement now because the rainfall was the problem. So I guess I'm back to normal. So we only use 2 to get in here. So he still has. That's a solid. He still has 3 movement points. So 3, 4, and 5. Just gotta say, there's almost no point in counting the movement points now that we're leaving this area. So now that he's in there, as much as I hate to admit it, because we all know how bad my scavenging has been, we need to scavenge in here because this has some of the best guns in this game. So I'm gonna have him scavenge. Also, I need to have him roll his grit. I forgot to do that. So on a 5+ for him, he gets it back. No. So he moves in and he gets a 3d6 roll, 6+. He finds something. Now the rule in, let me pull up the card here for a second. Derelict ship. Hold on. Whenever hold back the darkness roll is failed, the hero furthest from the lantern immediately takes. Yeah, that's when we're in the ship. So now we're finally in the ship. While on the derelict ship, whenever a hero explores, looks through a door, or successfully scavenge, they may draw a loot card on a d6 roll of 5+. So, successfully scavenged. What, does he find anything? May draw a loot card. So, Enrique is getting a scavenge and a loot card. So, we'll first see what he gets for scavenge. Nothing, thank God. But he does get 10 XP, but being a scoundrel, he's getting 20. So, scoundrel lets him get double XP on scavenge and looting. So there's that, and because he succeeded on a d6 roll of 5+, he's also finding loot. So let's see what he finds in loot. Yes! So he finds an artifact and 40 XP. Oh, this is awesome. So he gets 40 XP, and we go get an artifact card from the derelict ship. Actually, I'm just going to bring the whole deck over because I am going to be doing my best to get what I can out of this deck. I mean, there are some trash items in here, but, well, not exactly trash items, just stuff I'm not looking for. But the guns, I want a plasma rifle, I want a plasma pistol, I want it all. I want to outfit Montana and Enrique with some really good weaponry. It was in the Caverns of Cinder. I really wanted some melee weapons there, but we just could not find. We found one artifact, and it wasn't exactly what I was looking for. Pretty good, but wasn't what I was looking for. So we find an artifact. We find a motion scanner. Once per turn, use 2 Darkstone to cancel and redraw a threat card or darkness card just drawn. Discard to completely cancel an ambush attack. We could use this on the boss fight this game and just end it. That's actually pretty cool. We could actually complete the mission. The next time, because our mission here is to find the 4th and final clue. And we're actually looking right now. We're at the 3rd. Once we find the final clue, it's an ambush. We could cancel it right here and end the mission. But I want loot. But that's what it looks like. Pretty cool card. So that was Enrique. We already did the experience, so we're good there. So next, we got Montana. And Montana is going to roll for grit first. We should start healing up, too, while we're at it. And she's going to move up. She's getting her normal movement. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And she's also going to scavenge this room. She's a 3d6. She rolls a d6 to see if she gets anything in here. Nope. Any loot, but she doesn't get any loot, so she just gets a scavenge. Oof. 10 XP, take 3 horror hits that do 2 sanity damage apiece. She's a 4+ on her willpower, so let's see how well she does. That's 3 hits. She takes 2 damage, 2 sanity damage. So -2. And I knew this place was going to be bad for sanity. And then she gets 10 XP for that scavenge. Next we have Isamu. First he's going to take 2 points of damage from the burning. And we're also going to remove 1 from that burning token. It's a 13, right? So we're removing 1 point from that. So he's now down to 1 burning token. And that portal open. Oh, that's right. He hasn't gone through the portal yet. So first he's going to roll for grit. He needs a 6. Doesn't get it. But he's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4. And what's the rule? What's his rule again? He takes 1 corruption hit, ignoring willpower. So he's taking 1 corruption hit for just walking through that portal because of the void infection. So he's now at 1 out of 5. And so he moved up, what, how many again? 1, 2, 3, 4. And he still has 3 points of movement. 5, 6, 7. He can't quite get to the door. Yeah. Dang. Okay, so, he's gonna scavenge then. He is a 40. He's a 4 scavenge because he's got +1 for being a mercenary. Doesn't he have anything else for that? Might be missing something. Mercenary always rolls 1 extra die when scavenging. That's pretty much all it is. But 46 finds 2 scavenge. He succeeded in scavenge, so therefore again we roll a d6. 1. So let's see what he gets in scavenge. Darkness card, of course. So he gets 20 XP, and we also get a darkness card. Let's see what the darkness card is. You know what? I'm going to try to cancel it right now. So I'm going to use Murphy's Looking Glass. I need a 5+ to avoid that. So we got a darkness card. I think I have a way to void that out too. I do. I have the Explorer's Map. I can... Yeah, I can cancel and redraw a darkness card if I need to. This would be darkness card number 3, so let's see what we get. And I need to get rid of these guys. Flood of bats. Black tide of bats pours through the cavern, engulfing the heroes and passing by. Each hero takes 2 horror hits, gains 10 XP, and then must pass the Strength 5+ test to test, or lose 1 dark stone. It's not bad. I mean, horror hits on some of these characters is not a great thing, especially Enrique. So I guess what we'll do is we'll just do it. 2 horror hits. So here's Enrique. Yeah, these bats just start flooding through. Basically, I'm guessing they were for some reason were inside this place, came out of the cave, out of the portal, and then went after Murphy. So 2 horror hits for Enrique. He needs 5 pluses. He takes... How many damage do they do? Just 1. So Enrique takes 1 sanity damage. Next, we've got Montana, who's got 4+ on this. She takes both. So 2 points of sanity damage. Next is Isamu. He needs a 5+. I keep forgetting he has spirit armor, so I get to actually roll against that. It's a 5+, but either way. Is it a 5+? Pretty sure it is. Murphy. Is that Murphy? So, yeah, Stern Glare, Spirit Armor 5 plus. Every sandy wound he gets to roll against that wound. So he gets a 5 plus check against this. I keep forgetting that he has it. Doesn't matter. So he does take 1 point of sanity damage. So that's a Samu. And then Murphy. He's also a 5 plus. Yeah, okay, so he takes 1 point of sanity damage. So, bats flying out of a ship floating in space with nobody on it. That's kind of frightening. People need to drink some whiskey. If you're not familiar with whiskey, if you're new to the stream and you're not familiar with the whiskey in this game, what it does is that it heals you up your sanity. Basically, getting drunk while all this horrible stuff is happening around you. Wow. So that was a Samu. Next, everybody hold on. Each hero takes that 10 XP. So everybody actually gained 10 XP for this, even if failing. I have to keep track because sometimes the programming messes up in my stream. And then must pass a 4 plus test or lose 1 Darkstone. Nobody has any except for Montana. I'll just roll for Montana because there's no point in rolling for anybody else. So Montana needs to make a strength test. We haven't been finding any Darkstone. She is a 3, so 3d6 at 4 plus. She gets to keep her 1 Darkstone. Okay, that wasn't really a bad darkness card. Which reminds me, now that we're in the derelict ship, I'm gonna go find a new track. So what you're hearing in the background right now is Sirenscape. I've been using their app for like the past year. It's really great for like D&D board game sessions. It's got basically anything you need for Call of Cthulhu, D&D Beyond. Like all they actually have the campaigns in here too. So if you want to use something like Ravenloft, I think that's actually in here. Great app, has great sounds, great music. Also has an awesome soundboard for you to use on the side. Again, I highly recommend it. Give them check them out. They have, like I said, they have a wonderful app. Let me see what we have here for ships. Space battles. Starship, that might work. One of these days, I might actually find a decent sound. I'm not sure what I'm looking for. We haven't gone to the derelict ship yet on the stream, so I have to go digging for some music and sound for it. I don't want any cinematic battle sounds. I don't want Cthulhu either. This might be it. Oh, there we go. Abandoned space station. That'll work. Eerie silence. I like that. They don't have any battle music, though. I don't know. Oh, eerie silence with music. It's going to be a little bit loud. Drop it down here. Okay, so hopefully it's working. If it's not, then I might need to, I need to reset it. Give me 1 second here. I need to switch over this audio setting. Oh, it's turned off. I don't know why it's doing that. There we go. Should be hearing some chirping from computers and everything. Okay, so that was Isamu's turn. And we'll go ahead and put that card away. It's card number 3. And we're back to Murphy. And Murphy is taking damage first off from the fire that he has on him. So he's taking 2 points of damage from the burning marker. And we'll lower that burning marker down to a 1. It's number 12. So -1 to that burning marker. And now we're going to move Murphy. You know, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that. There we go. We'll move Murphy. He's a 7. Or is he a 6? No, he's back down to a 6. He's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, he can't go any further than that. Enrique's in the way. But he's he's got the looking glass, and he's a prospector, so he's getting 5 on his 5 rolls to his scavenge. Did I just make it do the? Yeah, I did. So, sorry, my camera's following me around now. I think I triggered it. So, 5d6 roll. He does find one. Does he find a loot? He does. So, we'll roll the scavenge first. And I still have the looking glass piece because I didn't use it on the darkness card. So let's see what he gets for a scavenge. I'm gonna try to ignore it because it's once per turn, so why not use it right now? I need a 5+. That card is ignored, so he doesn't get the experience from it either. It's just that card is ignored. But we now have a loot. Nice. So Murphy's getting double what he finds there, plus 25. So wow, nice. So 625 gold is what Murphy just found. And 20 XP. Really hoping for some gear and some items. It'd be really, really nice. I'll shuffle this over a little bit more. As a matter of fact, we're not going back, so this is just gonna go. And we'll just put this right here. Oh yeah. So when we find that next clue token, everybody's getting loots. That's awesome. Even if we fail the mission somehow. So that is it. We haven't really done a room or anything, so we're now just moving on once again to hold back the darkness. I am all out. I'm all out of rail spikes, so I can't stop the darkness from advancing. So 2d6, we need a 8+. And we again rolled doubles. I mean, at least, what is up with this? This is the 3rd time. This is the 3rd time. So, whenever you roll doubles on the depth event for Hold Back the Darkness, you don't fail or succeed. And a depth event happens in that world. It's actually a new world this time, so it's Derelict Ship. Let me see what Derelict Ship does. Because if it was the canyons like we were before, it'd be once again the Dark Dread, Growing Dread card thing. And it might still be the same damn thing. And then, guess what? It sure is. Dark Dread. Things are looking more and more bleak. By the moment, draw a Growing Dread card and add it to the stack. So, yeah, so whenever you roll doubles, you actually do the depth event for that world instead of doing darkness or whatever that's on there. So we're now up to 6 Growing Dread cards. And I might use that device to just end the mission, because we're gonna have to spend as much grit as we can, and I don't think we'll be able to do all of them, because we have 5 tonics. Everybody has at least 1 grit right now. Murphy has 3. Montana has a way to bump her grit back up to 2, and I think Isamu has something that gives him a +1 grit. I think it's like a ring. So we might be able to avoid these and then do the boss fight. Otherwise, I'm probably just gonna pop this guy right here. I'll use the hand. this guy right here. Okay, so beginning of the round, we got 6 growing dread cards. That's insane. We've had this happen before. Same thing, barely much combat, just a lot of awful cards. So this is exciting though. Beginning of the round, Enrique doesn't have any burning markers, nothing on him. He seems to be all right when it comes to health and sanity, so I'm just gonna have him. Yeah, I'm just gonna have him move up, and he's gonna inspect the next room. And what he's gonna find is the habitat ring. Oh, I hate doing that. So he finds the habitat ring, and it starts here. And we'll do the, of course, we'll do the token, the exploration token at the end. That's what the room looks like. And card will even tell us, or the exploration tokens will tell us what to do with that room. So he moves up, does that. That's all he can really do. I don't think I did crit for him. Needs a 5+, doesn't get it. Next will be Montana. Montana's gonna roll for grit first. She needs a 6+, doesn't get it. But she's gonna move up right beside Enrique, because this everything's an ambush, so I guess it doesn't really matter where we go. She's gonna stay right there though. She'll be right up there with Enrique. All she can really do is scavenge, so 3d6. Doesn't find anything. Next is Isamu and Murphy. Here's our chance to get rid of those burning markers. So Isamu is now taking 2 points of damage. We might need to use some bandages. I think that's what I'm going to do. And that gets rid of number 13. So he no longer has any burning markers on him. He's going to roll for grit. Doesn't get it. But he's going to move up 2. Okay, so he's going to move up 2. And he's going to scavenge that room with his 4d6. He does find one. Does he find a loot as well? It's a 5+ roll. He finds a loot. So on top of scavenge, he finds loot. And we can do these room. We can scavenge a room twice. Murphy gets to do it an additional time. So let's see what we find. That is 1 scavenge. It's a new turn, so I can always use Murphy's ability to get rid of things. He's getting 50 gold and 10 XP. 50 gold. And 50 gold because Murphy's giving him an additional 25. That's his bonus for being not a prospector, but there's like an ability that I gave him. And 10 experience. And he gets a loot. So draw a gear card or an artifact from another world. So he finds an artifact. Okay. So, all right. Dark Chronicle with the raid. Thank you so much for the raid. Oh, wow. 17, too. Wow. Everybody, welcome to TNT Tabletop. It's primarily a board gaming stream. Occasionally I'll play collabs with like other gamers and stuff like Eek or whatnot, but primarily board games. Let me go ahead and give you a shout out too. But right now what I'm playing is Shadows of Brimstone, and it's if you're not familiar with it, it's a dungeon crawler that has like the Old West and feudal Japan taking on like the forces of like Lovecraftian horror, Japanese mythos, all that stuff. It's like a whole bunch of super locked in. Let me go ahead and give you if I can find the button. There we go, shout out. But awesome, thank you so much for the raid. But yeah, it's if it works. There we go. Ooh, Cuphead. Nice. That is a great game. Um, but yeah, so it's basically a dungeon crawler board game type, and it's it can be a lot of fun. It can be a little bit daunting too and unforgiving because when you're it's just like playing D&D. When you're level 1 characters, you don't do much. How you doing? You dig it? Cool. Oh, sorry, the cameras are acting up again. I have a camera that every once in a while just kind of pops in and out. But yeah, no, I'm glad you dig it. It's what is up with that camera? So sorry, I'm having some technical difficulties with one of my PTZR cameras. It might be network issues. I'm not sure, but yeah, I highly recommend if you're into board games and playing something different. This is definitely different. But I will be honest with you, like every adventure could take up to 6 hours to do because so much is happening. There's so many rules to follow. But it is up to 6 players. 4 is recommended, but 6 players, the difficulty escalates quite a bit. But it's quite a blast. You level your characters up. You have character sheets, and on top of that, you also have like a skill trees charts and everything for leveling. So it's very in depth. I'm doing good, and you're good. We all have tech issues. Yeah, yeah. Whether it's OBS or just cameras, technology, that's just how it is. But again, thank you for the raid, and everybody. Again, welcome, and if you stick around, hopefully you learn something about Shadows of Brimstone, or might turn you into a board gamer. I don't know. So we got the 20 XP, we got a gear card, but actually since we're in another world, which is the derelict ship, let me see if I can find a better placement. Since we're in derelict ship, we are actually getting an artifact card, which is exactly what I was hoping for. So we're getting a derelict ship card, and we're getting a ghillie saw. It's +1 combat. Adjacent enemies take 2 wounds, ignoring defense for any 2 hit rolls of 1 they roll while attacking. So when someone's attacking me, they get 2 wounds. Requires 3 strength or higher to use. It's a one-handed weapon, weight of 1 with 650, worth 650 gold. Not really finding what I'm hoping for in this area. But either way, finding something. I want that plasma gun. So I want to give her that. After that, it is now Murphy's turn. We'll go ahead and put a card away here. So Murphy's starting. We do need to give him grit. Let's see if he can get it back. He needs a 6+. Does not get it. But he's going to move up. 1, 2. Oh, he gets a burning too. So he still has 1 burning marker on him. So he's going to take 1 burning damage. 2 burning damage, sorry. It actually says it on there, 2 wounds. So Murphy takes 2 wounds. But that also means we finally get rid of that burning marker. Number 12. There we go. So we're free from burning markers. And I'm probably going to heal some people up. But before that, Murphy's going to do a scavenge. So he's a 5d6. Should be able to do better than that. I don't know if I want to spend a grit. Kind of need to save it. Because that growing dread stack is bad news. But I do want to find guns. Nah, it's okay. You know what? We'll hold off on it. So he finds nothing. But now he's going to spend some time, because this is probably going to be a boss room. He's going to spend some time healing everybody up, because we're looking not bad, but not great. He needs some sanity. So let's take a look at what we got here. We got plenty. We got 7 bandages. And we've got... how much whiskey? 7 bandages and 9 whiskey. So, alright. He needs to heal up. So he's going to take some whiskey out. And let's see what we can do. Because it's per whiskey used, it's D6 to his sanity. And I think we might have to do that to someone else too. Yeah, Montana. So here's the first one. It's going to give him back 6 points. So Murphy is getting back 6 sanity. Getting him to 15. I think that's good enough. And that's 5 points times 6, so he's getting 30 experience for healing himself up. Next is going to be Montana. He's going to give her a whiskey as well. Only one. Don't we all? Yeah. There we go. She's fully healed on her sanity from the whiskey. So Montana's going to be getting 5 points back, but it's only going to give her up to 19. So that was 4. So 20 points of experience for Murphy on that. I really should have been doing this during their turn so they get more experience. And then, what are we looking for on health? Isamu needs health. Murphy needs health. I think Montana's good. Anybody who has 4 or more wounds to me needs health. So, Enrique, I do need to remove some of that whiskey. So we used 2 pieces of whiskey, so therefore we're down to 3 on Isamu. Isamu still has 3 bandages, so we're going to start using these. And so here's on Enrique. Here's the first bandage. 5, so Enrique's at full health. And then, so that gave 4, so 20 experience to Murphy again. And then we got, yeah, Isamu needs some bad. 5 to Isamu. I think that's all he's going to need. Because this room, with the growing dread stack that we got going there, this is going to be a lot of problems for us. So, we've used 2 bandages so far. And that gave Murphy 25 XP for healing. And then Murphy himself needs some heals. So 4... Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. So, Isamu's out of, I think, whiskey and bandages. And that's going to bump Murphy up 4 health. Putting him at 23 out of 26. That's good enough for me. And that's going to give him 20 XP. He's almost halfway to his next level. Okay. That's the end of everybody's turn. We're now at the exploration phase because we now need to see what this room has. But we also have this card here. Luckily, we rolled well on it. So, security seal released. The next clue found on the derelict ship, this adventure, also gives each hero 2 loot cards. If this has the clue token, we're at the final boss. And on top of that, the clue tokens. And then we have to get rid of those growing dread cards. So, let's see what we got. And the exploration draw is... Wow. No clue token, just one encounter. Okay. Not the room we're looking for, I guess. So, we do get an encounter there. One of these is a doorway. Let's see what we get for the doorway. We need to roll a d6, and that determines where we're going. It's a 6, and the 6 is going to be perfect, right next to us. Oh, wait, no. Right here. Yeah. So, that's the doorway. The rest of them are end caps. There we go. So these 2 are end caps, not doorways. That's a doorway. So we want to head that direction. Of course, it's on the far side of the room. And we have an encounter card. And that's it for this space. Oh, we actually have to go down the depth track as well. We're now at we're closing in on a 9+. Space-time distortions. Up ahead, the air seems to glimmer and twist, bending light and shimmering in the dark passage. As you get closer, you can see flickering visions in the light. The future, the past, horrible things yet to come. Anytime a hero ends their move on this map tile, this awful thing, except during a fight, they must make the following test, a lore 5+ test. Luckily, we're kind of decent at lore. If successful, gain d6 times 5 XP as you watch the visions unfold. If failed, you're terrified by what you see in the distortions. Take 3 horror hits that do 2 sanity damage a pop. Oh, Enrique, this is gonna suck for you, bud. Also, if failed, and any ones are rolled for the test, immediately draw a Growing Dread card and add it to the stack. Oh, and play! Nope, we're not adding it to the stack, we're playing the damn card. I know I have something that can ignore this. Please tell me I have something that can ignore encounter cards. Not looking good. No, I think we're doomed to have this card. The next room is probably going to be the clue token too. Yeah, we're kind of doomed in this room. All right. So, anytime a hero ends their movement. So, you know, I'm going to have... Oh, God, I'm going to probably spend grit just to have people run. At least 2 characters. So how many spaces are there between us and the doorway? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I could get... If I can get Enrique over there to check the next room, everybody else can mad dash to the other room. I'm just going to be spending a grit to do it. I'm not crazy about that. Alright. So we did that. We did the encounter. We now have to go to the end of the phase. And we're back to hold back the darkness. Yeah, we failed. And I have no way to stop the darkness from coming down. So darkness card. Let me go ahead and put away this guy. And we're going to draw a new darkness card. Piercing the Veil. Heroes may not make armor rolls. We don't have armor. Each time a hero is KO'd, all heroes are -2 sanity until the end of the adventure. Oof. So our max sanity goes down if anyone dies. Kind of glad I healed everybody up for this room. We've been using everything we had to stop that darkness marker from coming out. And now it's finally reached 2. So anyway, being the beginning of the round, we have Enrique. Enrique's going to roll for his grit. No more burning markers, thank God. So he's got a 2. He's got a 5 movement. 2, 3, 4, 5. I need to have him spend a grit. So I'm going to have Enrique spend a grit to double his movement speed. Whoops. -1. So he's got no grit. But he's now a 10 movement. So he's going to move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And he's looking through that other room. Hopefully it's not a passageway. Hopefully we're getting closer to the exit here. Whoops. What am I doing? Okay. I'm going through the wrong decks here. Map deck. There we go. We find the security room, and it's got an advanced rule as well. Security room. That's a cool looking card. Nope. That is it. So, we find a security room, and it enters from this direction. Again, I might have to start moving things around here just to get this in. Sorry, I'm very limited on space, and until I can finally move things around my place and get larger tables in here, I'm kind of stuck with this small table. And unfortunately, I'm in a world, in an other world in this game that has large tiles. So we'll just kind of move this like this. This might work if I can. Problem is that light. That might work. Yeah, that'll work. So Enrique was right here. Now I'm gonna have to get everybody as fast as we can from one side of the room to the other. This is important. And we need the intruder alert card for this room. Unless it's the clue token, then we ignored it. So let me see if I can find intruder alert. Oh, very first one. So that's going to be for this room. For an encounter. There's no clue tokens. That's the encounter. It's 50-50 right now if that's a clue token or not. Here we go. This way we can determine where the doorways are. What next? So Enrique went in there, did that. We used up pretty much all of his movement. That's one rule I need to look into, is see if movement carries over after an action. I don't think it does. Yeah, I don't think it does. I gotta look into it. And I'm dropping cards left and right. He's still... Oh, wait, hold on a minute here. There it was. There was my answer this whole time. The Explorer's map could have gotten rid of some of this stuff. Oh well, that's my bad. So Enrique went. He searched that room. He opened it up. We got an encounter on it. We'll do the exploration next. We're next going to Montana. Montana's going to roll for grit. She needs a 6+. Nothing. She's a 5 movement. I hate to make her use her grit, but I'm going to do it. So I don't want any more Growing Dread cards. So that's right. He needs to do something in this room. What was it that did that? I already forgot. Was it the exploration? No, it's not you. It was the darkness card, that's right. Cosmic Beat with the hi, how you doing, buddy? Good to see ya.
Oh, they are in trouble now, because here comes Murphy!
With the Murphy redeemed too, nice. It's good to see ya, welcome. I don't quite have the stuff at the bottom working just yet. It's super close, very close. I just need to make the rules for the milestones, so this way, when certain things happen, they happen. I just don't have those fleshed out, and also the overflow, because there's one thing I didn't take account on, is that if anybody's adding more into one that's already filled, I need to decide what to do with overflow on redeem points. So it's getting there, and I'm pretty sure by the next stream I have for Shadows of Brimstone, I'm sure it will be done. So I need to get that darkness card back out, because that's not it. What was it that did the Growing Dread? I have plumb forgot what it was that added Growing Dread. This is why I really need to add that cheat sheet on the stream. It's not the time distortions, and I know it's not in here. Yeah, we already did that. That's good. Yeah, I already forgot what it was. And it's not any of the darkness cards. Okay. It was something about this room. And it wasn't the space distortions. It had to have been an encounter card. I don't remember where I put the dang thing. Maybe it's hiding underneath. Maybe it fell off the table. But I know that it's like, so long as I'm in this room... I could have sworn it was a darkness card. And that is a shame. Actually hoping to use it. Oh well. Dang, yeah, I don't remember. What it was. You know, it wasn't a depth event. I swear it was an encounter card. It was. It's this. It is this one. Okay, so the problem is I lost the card where we get +2 loot. I dropped that somewhere. Oh well. All I know is that once we do find the next loot token, we get +2 loot. So, yeah, he needs to make a 5+ test because he's still technically in the room. Any character that's on the puzzle piece connection, which is this right here, is still considered to be in both rooms. So he still needs to make a lore 5+ test. So he's got a lore 3. Does he have any potions? He sure does not. Who has potions? Oh, I had Enrique use all his potions. Okay. Well, he needs to make a lore 5+. Otherwise, growing dread. Okay, he gets it. That was close. So, if successful, get D6 times 5 XP. So, 20 XP for Enrique. So now the question is, where's the other card? So, 20 XP for Enrique, and that's it. But that's for this room. I'm going to put it right here. So we're safe from drawing Growing Dread cards right now. Everybody else should be able to make it to at least here. Montana's going to have to spend some grit. So Montana... roll for her grit first. Nothing, but she's going to spend 1 grit. Actually, this is what's going to happen. Yes, she's going to spend 1 grit because she does have her attachment on her weapon to give herself full grit back. She's using 1 grit to double her movement, so she's now at a 10, and she's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. She doesn't want to be on that tile, because then she would have to do this again, just like Enrique. So that's that. She's going to go ahead and roll for scavenge, 3d6. She finds one. Does she find a loot as well? And she does not, but she does find a scavenge. What she finds is another damn darkness card. I'm going to use Murphy's ability to try and avoid that. I need a 5+. It still goes through. I could try to get rid of it, but we'll see. We'll see how it turns out. It's gonna be the 4th darkness card we have this time around. Yeah, this whole adventure has been nothing but cards. Demon enemies are now +1 combat for the rest of the adventure. Yeesh. So Montana gained 10 XP, and we have that demonic force to deal with. I don't think there's any demons in Derelict Ship. I might be wrong, but I don't think there is. And then we have... that's it for her. Next is going to be Samu and Murphy. Samu's going to roll for grit. Very close, but not quite what we needed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, perfect. So Samu's gonna rush past these guys and get there. That's all his 7 movement, and he's going to also roll for scavenge. He needs 6s. Gets 2 of them. He has 2 scavenge. Does he find a loot? Nope. So he finds 2 scavenge. Ooh. Okay. So he finds 10 XP, 20 XP. So 20 for Samu, and then roll a d6. He gets 1 Darkstone. I was really hoping for that loot. With that being Samu's turn, we now roll over to Murphy. And Murphy is going to roll for grit. He's actually at full grit, so he can't really roll these out. So I'm going to move him up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And he's getting 5d6 on this. Whoops. 2, 3, 4, 5. Dang. Alright, nothing. He finds nothing. That's okay. Did I see that right? Well, anyway, he finds nothing. No, he doesn't find anything in scavenge. But we are now. This gives me the opportunity to get rid of these tiles, so we can kind of realign here. We're now at the end of the activation for everybody, so we are now at exploration phase. What comes out of this is very important. This could end the mission, or we have to keep going. So let's see what we get. It's got to be a clue token if we can get it. We ignore those. That's rough. Yeah. Yeah. On 5d6. So we actually ignore that because it's the attack ambush for the rules in here. That one's already been used. I'm gonna keep shuffling till we actually get one that's not being used. That one's ignored because of attack. Oh, actually, no, that would have been it. Yep. Okay, so actually that would have been it. Yeah, see, this mission doesn't really work well with the new rule set. That's what's the bummer here. So I'm actually going to have to reconfigure the stream for 2 different token sets, because these rules are on the old tokens. These are the new tokens. So we'll just say we found the final clue. And there it is, blinking console. It was here the whole time. So since we rolled that 5, the next clue token on the derelict ship, this adventure also gains gives each hero 2 loot cards. So everybody's getting 2 loot cards. Here's our chance to get some like serious weapons in this area. So we'll do loot and scavenge. So this is gonna be for Enrique first, and then we get on to, well, how many tokens we have? We have 4 tokens. We need to make a 5+ for this to be a successful mission, and we found survivors from the 12th Cavalry. We'll do that here after the loot. So, for Enrique finds, or a gear card in Otherworld. So he gets a gear card. Actually, if I remember correctly, I get to choose, so it's... That wouldn't make any sense, though. Actually, would it? Yeah, no, it would make sense. Because if you're in a normal world, a gear card would turn into an artifact card, or an artifact card. I'm gonna have to look that rule up. Because the order to me is saying you get to choose. So you get to be like, do I want an artifact or do I want a gear? So I'm going to say artifact. Yeah, because it's not saying specifically that it's a gear card if you're in another world. It's saying or a gear card if you're in another world. So you can actually choose between the two. So it's an artifact. And what we find is Chief Tyree's pistol. Holy crap, it's 2 Darkstone. Chief Tyree's pistol. It's a range 8, 2 shots, and it uses D8 for damage instead of D6s. But it only has 1 upgrade slot. I can't put the Darkstone grips on this. That's a shame. But I can give it a reroll. I wonder how that would work on Enrique. I'd be missing a shot, but I mean D8s. I'd have to roll the damage out differently per weapon. That's pretty awesome though. Needs to be upgraded. So this is Enrique. He's getting 80 experience. He's getting double for his scoundrel ability. So 80 experience for Enrique. He's now officially over halfway to his next level. And 125 gold because of Murphy's bonus. And then next, we have 2 loot cards for Montana. Since we're in another world, we're getting 2 artifact cards. Like that. So Montana's going to be getting... That's awesome, actually. That's like exactly what I'm looking for. I want more guns. More artifact guns. So the first one that Montana found was the L23 Respirator. Whenever you would gain a status effect marker, roll a d6 on a 4, and on a 4+, cancel it. Once per adventure, remove all status effects markers on you. That's pretty sweet. That is actually pretty sweet. That would have been great for those burning tokens that we had. And then the next artifact, Control Pad. Once per adventure, roll a d6 for every auto turret and robot enemy on your map tile. On a roll of 1, 2, or 3, that model is shut down. Removed from the board, gain 20 XP for each. After each use, runs out of power, discard. On a roll of d6, roll a d6, and on a 1, it's discarded. So, that's pretty slick. Yep, that's pretty cool. And that's it for Montana. That was a really good loot right there. We have 2 for Isamu. And this is like all before the battle. We got 1 Darkstone. Actually, I think he gets more than that. No. He gets 1 Darkstone. So Samu gained 1 Darkstone and 50 experience. And also an artifact card. Mission log. Discard to let every hero recover 1 grit. You also gain 50 XP. We are going to need that. We're going to need to get rid of those growing dread cards. And then finally, Murphy is getting 2 loot as well. Awesome. Another artifact. 50 XP. So 50 experience for Murphy. 1 Darkstone. And another artifact. Sedative Injection. Discard to fully heal a hero's sanity or remove a madness. That hero is -1 in initiative until the start of the next adventure. That is pretty sweet. That camera's down now too, huh? Give me a second to take a look. For some reason it fell asleep. I think it's trying to tell me something. So, alright, so that's it for the loots. And now it's the clue token. So now we have to decide if it's a combat or not. We have to roll 5+. If we roll a 5+, we rescued people. We basically found survivors of the 12th Cavalry Division. If not, it's an ambush from a high-ranked enemy. So 5+. Okay, there's no grit. We can't spend grit on this. So this is turning into a boss fight. And what we're taking on is actually from the normal threat deck, because the typical boss fight doesn't actually pull enemies from the actual world. Boss fight pulls from the standard threat deck because it's kind of displaying like what is actually causing the chaos in this world, and it's usually something that's not from here, and that's the main threat deck. So, which is huge. The threat deck is thick. I actually have a box dedicated to the threat deck, the base ones. So, I guess we're gonna go ahead and roll and see what it is, or draw and see what we're taking on. We have a lot of darkness cards, so we're gonna be taking on a high threat. What we're fighting is trolls. I have not fought them yet. Draw an enemy trait card for the trolls. Trolls are +5 health each because they're angry. Okay. So, that's interesting. I think that'll be good enough right there. That reflection is not really helping. So, trolls are the ones that found the 12th Cavalry and ravaged them. Okay. That means they're all dead. Enemy trait card. Oh, okay. There's an actual deck of troll trait cards. I didn't realize they'd have them right now. And we're taking on 3. It makes sense these guys would be causing some chaos. They really don't belong on this ship. So the encounter is not happening. And that's because the final clue ignores all the encounters, all the additional features in this room. So we got 3 of them. They're +5 health. I gotta somehow remember that. I think I just might create some tokens. There's only 3 of them, so I'm gonna create some tokens for them. Let me see what I can find. And then we gotta get through those growing dread cards. I'm gonna see if I can cancel them. But we have to cancel them before we draw them. So I'll create 3 health tokens. Actually, I'll use the last ones. There we go. Wound token. And they have... Actually, let me pull their card up too while we're at it. So, monsters. Battling trolls. They are initiative 4. Luckily, they're not getting those bonuses from that darkness card earlier. Oh, Samu's gonna like fighting them. They're fear 2, so this way Samu's actually getting an additional damage on these guys. Fear, they have to be adjacent. So you take 2 horror hits being adjacent to these guys. They heal 3 wounds at the start of each turn, and they can throw rocks. They don't have shootout or any hit run ability, so they just throw rocks if they're not in reach of you. They're Myth Beast. Do we have any darkness cards that's adding to them? Oh, I also gotta... Let me go ahead and make those changes to those tokens before I forget here. So, token number 15. They're getting +5 health, so they're 20 health a pop. So, I'll add 19 to that one. Number 14 is a wounds, and it's gonna get 20. And the final one, 13, is also going to be wounds token. And it is going to have 19 as well to make it 20. There we go. So there's 3 of them. We'll just kind of have these around those guys to represent how much health they have each. Because they have quite a bit. And we get to draw an enemy trait. So let me go ahead and put them away. Yep, we can get rid of that. What do we have for cards? They're not demons, so we're good there. We gotta make sure we don't die. We gotta make sure we don't roll 7s on Hold Back the Darkness. And finally, we already did this. We already gave the last threat card the outlaw. So these guys aren't outlaws, so we're not really worried about that. So they're just kind of base trolls right now. So at the start of its activation, makes a free range. Oh, it does make free range attacks. Makes a free range attack at a random hero within range and line of sight. So they still get to throw their rocks on top of their melee. Okay. Alright. And then they get a trait. They are river trolls. They got slimy skin, so they're +3 health. And they got black claws, so troll melee hits of 6+, now ignore defense. Ooh. So let me upgrade those tokens here. So they actually have +3 health now. And they regenerate. Oh my god. So yeah, focus fire. I mean, we should do pretty good. We got Murphy. We got Isamu, who's going to deal 4 damage. Nope, 3 damage turn, because they're large models. If they were medium or smaller, he'd get another +1. Wow. Their initiative 4. Oh, they're ambush too, so they're going to be a 6. Okay, so they're a 6 initiative, so they are going to be going first. So they're going to be throwing their rocks, coming in and attacking. They have a 5 movement, so they will be reaching us. Luckily, the formation's good for these guys, except Montana could get her ass whooped. Oh my god. Alright. And their melee hits are of 6+ to ignore demons. Okay. Not too much to remember, but they're gonna hurt. And derelict ship. Let me look at the derelict ship card one more time. There might be some rules I'm not seeing. That's right, we need to do that. Every time we fail Hold Back the Darkness, the person furthest away takes quarter hits. You have to remember that rule. Okay. We've set everything up. Everybody's activation's over. We're now back to Hold Back the Darkness and the beginning of a combat round. Actually, we should be down one more. So we're still at 8+. We're lucky there. So 2d6. We need to make an 8+. Don't roll 7s. That's the second time that happened. I said, don't roll 7s the first time, and sure enough, I roll 7. Everybody... Oh, we need to do the Growing Dread, too. Everybody's going to take a corruption. Is it 1 or 2? I think it's 2. 2 corruption. That's going to make Enrique mutate. And Montana. But we also have to go through this stack of Growing Dread cards, and we got to use all our grit to get rid of as many as we can. Because there's how many right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So yeah, everybody's taking corruption on this. Enrique is gonna be back down to a 0 because he's mutating. Actually, I'll just go ahead and roll it out. This way you can see the mutation markers and we can remember where we're at. So Montana also is taking 2 corruption. She's mutating. And then we got Isamu. who's taking 2 corruption. Dude, that card is pretty nasty. And then finally, Murphy is taking 2 as well. Murphy's alright, though. And Samu's not doing well. So let's go ahead and roll those out, and then we'll start trying to weed this growing dread stack down as best as we can using grit. So, Murphy... Where did I put the book? Not Murphy. Enrique... We have to roll his mutation. So it's 3d36. It's pretty high, 56. That's interesting. Fused with Darkstone. Excuse me. Does he have any Darkstone on him? No, I don't think he does. Any Darkstone shards you currently carry have become fused to you. These cannot be sold, used, or lost in any way until the mutation is removed, and will continue to roll for corruption at the end of each adventure as long as they are attached to you. New Darkstone found and items with Darkstone icons do not become fused. Only the shards that you currently carry. He doesn't have any, so... If you aren't carrying any Darkstone shards with this mutation is rolled, instead... Oh no. One of your items you have with Darkstone icon you're carrying has become fused with you. If the item requires a hand to use, it is considered permanently equipped. As a matter of fact, I do need to write that down. Does happen to have both of his pistols have Darkstone grips, so that was giving him +1 to his ranged attacks. So it's going to be one of those 2 pistols. So it's called Fused with Darkstone. And we'll just say pistol. It's pretty much the same as the fusing with item, which... Okay, so I just realized this. Enrique's the one who's actually got the fused with item, so one pistol's already fused to him. Well, this one just made his other pistol fused to him, so they're not going anywhere. He's just this guy with 2 limbs that are just pistols at this point, running around shooting at people. How is he carrying anything? Alright, so... That's pretty funny. Gonna head out to the store, good sir. Hope you have a good rest of the stream. Dark Chronicle, again, thank you so much for the raid, and I hope you have a great rest of your Sunday, and hope the start of the week is great as well. So, thanks again for showing up, raiding, and have yourself a great one. And I'll give you one more shout out while you're on your way out. If right-click on a trackpad can work. There we go. So, what are we doing? Mutation chart. We're now doing Montana. So that means Enrique is now clear of corruption points. Oops, I am not in the right spot. There we go. -5. So he's back to... Oh my god. Both hands are fused with guns. Next is Montana. Let's see what she gets for her mutation. 13. That's pretty low. Her tentacle arm came back. You lose use of one of your limbs each turn, but our combat... +1 combat. Two-handed guns, bows may still be used, but cannot get critical hits. So her tentacle... The tentacle tail that she's got that's giving her +1... It's kind of weird how this works, because really, wouldn't that just... I guess it's technically one of her actual limbs. So... Dang. That handicaps her. This is like the second or third time she's gotten that. So she got Tentacle arms. And -1 hand. No crits. That's a bummer. Okay. She's getting no crits with her rifle. She still gets her pistol, but she's getting no crits at all with her rifle. So that's basically what it's saying, is that two-handed weapons don't get crits anymore. On two-handed, I need to put that. So, what happened? And we still got a lot more. So, -4, she's back to having no corruption points on her, but now we need to get rid of the stack. And Enrique and Montana don't have any grit on them. Montana, I'm gonna use her ability on her rifle. It is called the Serpent Fang Charm. It's gonna increase her grit back to maximum based on how many upgrades are on her weapon. So she's got enough to bring herself back up to full. So she's now at 2 grit. Enrique's kind of stuck where he is. Yeah. Yep. So we have 5 tonics. Does Isamu have anything to give himself some extra grit? I could have sworn he had the Ring of the Heaven. Nope, that's not going to do it. Nope, he has no way of getting any extra grit back, so we're stuck using tonics. Which we do have 5. So Murphy's got 3. We're not going to be able to get rid of all the growing dread. There's, what, 6 of them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, there's no way we're getting rid of all of them. So I'm going to pop a tonic and give it to Enrique. 2 of them. Gets rid of 2 growing dread cards right off the bat. It's a shame. One of them actually wasn't too bad. So it gets rid of 2. We can get rid of 1 more card, because at this point Murphy's got 3 grit, got 1 grit left over. Everybody has 0. We have 3 tonics left. We can get rid of 1 more card. That is a bad one, and I'm glad it's gone. So, you know what, if you want, I can read them out. So the one I was actually like a little bit disappointed in was dread. You shudder at what you shudder to think of what lay before you. Move the darkness 1 step forward on the depth track, which would have just brought the darkness out 1 more. Not a big deal. Tainted soul. 1 among you has been tainted by darkness. 1 among you has tasted evil. The hero with the most mutations. If tied, then most corruption. If still tied, roll off. Is tainted, lashing out with fire in the eyes. Every hero immediately takes D8 wounds, ignoring defense. Then the tainted hero rolls once on the madness, start ignoring the results on a double. So that was a bad one. The evil within. Dark thoughts flood into your mind as you look around at your friends. They never really liked you, though, did they? They want all of the loot for themselves. Maybe you should give them what they really deserve. The hero with the fewest artifact cards and the least gold immediately lashes out as they are momentarily overcome with jealousy. Every hero immediately takes D6 hits that do 2 damage a pop. So those are both pretty bad, and I'm glad that they're gone. But there's still cards in there that are far worse. We don't have any more grit. We spent all the tonics. Everybody's spent their grit, so Murphy is back down to 0. Samu is also back down to 0. We had just enough to get rid of 3, which that's worth it. But we have 3 more cards we have to go through, and we are. Yep, all the tonics are gone. We used all 5 of them. We do. We got so much dynamite. I never use it though. Although on these guys, it might actually work pretty well. We can start planning them. The problem is they go first. So, let's see what happens. So the first Growing Dread card. Ancient Mysteries. The shadows that surround this place are filled with writhing tendrils of evil, offering whispers of ancient mysteries and forbidden knowledge. The darkness moves one step forward on the depth track. It's getting closer to another darkness card. If this moves it onto a blood splatter or a Growing Dread space, every hero takes corruption hits. We're good. Next one. Memories of Tomorrow. Terrifying images of flash before your eyes, a bleak future of doom and destruction. Stumbling to the ground, you shake your head in a futile attempt to clear these ghastly visions from your mind. All heroes are -1 initiative for the rest of the adventure. I was really relying on Enrique being first after the ambush, but nope, not anymore. I gotta keep that out here because I need to remember. I'll put it right here. And then finally, Oath of the Hellborn. We shed our mortal souls for the promise of power and riches beyond dreams of our forefathers. With this burning brand we are reborn unto the darkness. Oath of the Hellborn. For the rest of this adventure, all enemies except robots and hazards gain Retribution 2. Whenever an adjacent hero assigns a hit to this enemy, it deals 2 basic hits back to that hero. Is that my phone? 1 damage each. If an enemy already has Retribution, this adds to it. So, if we hit them, yeah, if we assign a hit to a guy, we now take 2 extra hits back. These guys just got nasty. So, I mean, I still think we can do this. It could have been a lot worse. If we had any Growing Dread cards that hit us with damage, and there was one time where I went into a battle, into a final boss fight, full health. And the game gave me a stack of Growing Dread cards that just kept whittling down my sanity and health to the point that the whole team just wiped. It's a party wipe. So, it would be a good idea if I stopped doing that there. Oh, God. Okay, so these are bending. So what are we gonna do? It's the start of the turn. Did we do Hold Back the Darkness? We did not. So 2d6. We need 8 plus. Double 4s. Okay, so double 4 for Derelict Ship is Hull Breach. No. Okay, so explosions rock the ship as the hull breach tears open nearby. Space is a keyword. Select a random hero's map tile. Okay, could be one of these two. Select a random hero's map tile and a random exit on that map tile. Either an open... Oh, you know what? I guess I'll just roll. Hopefully it's Enrique. It's a 5, so that's going to be this map tile. To find... Okay, so a random exit on the map tile. Either as a door open or an end cap. So I guess we'll go by the... There it is. By this guy right here. So a 1 through 3 would be that one. And a 4 through 6 would be this one. So, behind the trolls. So to find the location of the hull breach, re-roll a new hero if no valid exits are in the map tile. Roll a d6 to determine the size of the breach. Every hero is immediately pulled a number of spaces equal to the size of the breach along the shortest path toward it. Every hero also takes a number of hits equal to the size of the breach. Any hero that is moved into one or two spaces one of the two spaces of the door or end cap is pulled through, taking 2d6 wounds, ignoring defense, before clawing their way back inside the ship. They can't move past the trolls. Physically can't move past the trolls, though. Do they have any rules for the trolls? We're clawing their way back to the ship. The breach is sealed by a force field. So, I guess we're going to roll and see how far in they go. So here's Murphy, since he's the closest. Or actually, we should... Yeah, Murphy's the closest, so... Let me reread that. Every hero is immediately pulled a number of spaces equal to the size of the breach. Okay, so it's a size 2. Okay, so luckily we rolled a 2. So everybody just kind of moves forward 2 spaces. Kind of leaves everybody else open to the trolls. And then they all take 2 hits a pop. Okay, not horrible. It could have been a lot worse. So we'll start with Enrique. So he's taking 2 hits. He needs 4 pluses. So are they 2 damage a pop or 1 damage a pop? Just 1 damage pop. Okay. So Enrique took 1 point of damage. Next is Montana. She's also a 4+. She takes both of the hits. And then we got Isamu, who's a 3+. He should be okay on this. I say that and I roll a 1 and a 2. So I need to stop talking. I need to stop saying, it shouldn't be a problem. Don't roll this. Next is Murphy. He's a 4+. He takes 1 hit. Or 1 damage. Wow. So these trolls probably climbed their way into this room, busted it open, came running out, and kind of sucked everybody toward them as the force field behind them closes the exit. That's kind of cool. So, God, they have so much health. So that's the end of that. Pull back to darkness. We didn't fail or win. It just... an event happened in the derelict ship. So that's what happened to Devin from D&D Bros. That was what happened, the depth event. It sucked him into that exit, and he took the 2d6 damage, and it nearly killed him. It was hilarious. Yeah, and it was like right before that, we got attacked by a Night Terror, and the Night Terror was constantly randomly going after the Orphan on the team. The Orphan is a class, by the way. It's a weird class, too, because you start off as the Orphan, and when you reach a certain level, you actually now switch over to an actual class. So with that being said, it's now the beginning of the round. Those guys are technically right now... they're a +1, if I remember correctly. I think that's from a darkness card. Nope. Ah. Yep. Heroes are -1, not that they're not +1. So they're still a 4 initiative, but are 6 initiative for the ambush. It's technically an ambush. They're not actually there. They are on us. So we actually need to roll and see where they're going. So let's see who's going to who. This guy is going after... that would be Isamu. So he's going to be right here. This one is going after Montana. And then this one is going after, yeah, they're all gonna get locked down. Murphy. So Enrique is kind of safe for now. Luckily, there's only 3 of them. It's a lot easier to figure out who's going after who, but we need to focus fire these guys. We need to drop them. I don't want them... That's a lot of damage they can pull out. So... Alright, with that... let's do this. So they're going first. And they're going to be going first anyway because of this card here. Because we're all -1 initiative. They got Retribution, so anytime... Ah, Retribution's nasty. So first thing they're going to do is they're going to throw their rocks. Range attacks at the start of its activation makes a free ranged attack at a random hero. So go in this order. This one going after Montana. Who's he shooting his rock at? That would be Enrique. So Enrique's not safe. So he's going to be throwing his rock at Enrique. And he needs a 5+ to hit him. Misses. This one is throwing its rock. We'll do it per model. So now he's attacking Montana. So 3 combat. Any 6s are ignoring defense. So 3 combat. He's a 4+. Completely whiffs on Montana. This guy here, he's throwing his rock at... That would be Isamu. So he's still going after Isamu. He needs a 5+ on this roll. 5. Isamu is a 3+ save on this. He gets it. So throws a rock at Isamu. Isamu just kind of brushes it off to the side. And then now he's throwing his attacks at him. Again, 6+ is ignore defense. Can't see what the bottom was. This one is. He needs 4+. Only 1 gets through. Isamu still gets his 3+ save, which he makes. Again, Isamu just brushes off everything this guy threw at him. Mad Arts! Hello and greetings. Welcome, buddy. How you doing on this fine Sunday night? Evening? We give you a shout out here, buddy. Getting close to getting everything prepped for some multiplayer in Shadows, bro. Shout out to Mad Arts Treasures. Again, he's a really good guy. It also has a really fun stream, especially if you're not familiar with what he does. He polishes and renews silver, and it's a really interesting stream to watch. Especially amazing to see what it started as and how it looks as now. So, highly recommend it. And follows are free. So, what am I gonna do next? So he went and completely whiffed on Isamu. This guy is going to throw his rock at... That'd be Montana. And he needs a 5+ to hit her. Doesn't get it. So now he's going after Murphy. He needs 4+. That's all 3 hits. Murphy needs to make 3 4+ saves against this. Misses on 2, so he takes 6 points of damage. Oh, thank you, man. You're gonna make me much... oh, and you've been playing Dead Space still. Good for you. The game is horrifying, awesome, and it's perfect for Halloween. Which reminds me, I need to create a theme for the stream. But anyway, I've been trying to do that for like the past week, but I've been too busy working on certain things in here and debugging. And I fixed some stuff, so that's great. But anyway, Murphy took 6 points of damage. These guys can hurt. We still have some bandages, right? Well, Murphy still has his canteen, and Isamu still has his tattoo. But yeah, we do have bandages, and everybody is kind of standing next to each other. I think we're good. I think we can do this. So, with them being done, it's now Enrique's turn. And Enrique, he's standing next to somebody, so he's going to be taking 2 fear checks. 5+. Fails one of them, so therefore he gets 1 sanity damage. He needs to get away. So I'm gonna have him try to do an escape test, but first let's do a grit roll. He needs a 5+. Enrique gets his grit back. And I'm going to do an escape test. We need three pluses. That's not hard at all. Oh, I just cursed myself. I know it. Oh, failed error code. What? He gets it. So it's going to kind of just move back a little bit. I kind of want to take down the guy who's on Montana. This is, I have space, so I can actually put him there. Actually, no. Hold on a minute. They're all... I can just move him. Hold on. Where was he? Right here? I can move him over here and get everybody. So, I don't have to do an escape test on anybody who's the same... Like, that roll I made, that 4+, is an escape test for everybody I'm walking through. If there's somebody who's got a higher... much more difficult escape test that I'm running by, I have to re-roll the escape test on those guys. These all share... They're part of the same group. They share the same thing, so I can just mosey on through now. So, 1, 2, 3... That's good right there, probably. He's not adjacent to them. So he's going to... He's got a grit. He doesn't have any special abilities. Speaking of which, Mad Art... Enrique grew another... he grew another mutation. So, I don't know if you remember, he has that fused pistol on one hand. Well, I got it fused with Darkstone, but he didn't have any Darkstone on him, so the rule was, if he has any items with Darkstone on it, it's fused to him. Well, guess what? The other pistol that he had is now on his other hand, so now he's just kind of walking around with 2 pistols. It's hilarious, man, this game in the mutations. I'm just glad we got rid of the Quado. I thought it was going to be better than what it was. So, he's going to move here, and he's going to take 6 shots. They got Darkstone grips, so they get +1 shot apiece. And that's about... Yeah, that's about it. I haven't popped his feet yet. Start of next turn, I'm popping his feet. A 6-shooter from Puppet Master. Yes, he did. Yeah, I need to be careful being adjacent. That's another reason why I needed to move. I need to get everybody away from them. Or everybody's shooting away from them. So, he's going there. He's not going to get the retribution shots because he's not adjacent to the guy anymore. So, he's getting 6 shots. He's got crit for rerolls. He's got 1 crit. I'm spending a grit to reroll those 5 misses. That's a whole lot better. That's 3 criticals and 1 hit. He's not getting any bonuses towards these. These guys don't ignore armor. They just get fear, regeneration, and throw rocks. Who am I going to focus on? I think I'm going to focus on the guy... That's a good call. The one going after Montana, I want him gone. I don't want him going after Montana anymore. So I might focus on him. Yeah. Because these 2 are on our tanks. So I'm going to focus on the guy going after Montana. I want to drop him quick. And I think if I can get Montana away from him... Yeah, this should work out. So, 3 criticals and 1 regular hit. They only have a 2 defense, but they have 23 health. +5 for the card and +3 for the, I think it was the... Oh, this. Hold on. Have I been missing on some of their rules? I gotta remember their... +6 pluses, they ignore defense. So, here's the first critical on this guy right here. 1 flippin' damage. I can't re-roll it. So, do they have... Yes, they do. Do they have any bonuses for experience? Wow, these guys have a trait card, but the trait card doesn't give any experience bonus. I could have sworn trait cards give experience bonus. Give me 1 second. I'm going to look that up. You know what? What I could do... It doesn't give an experience buff. Some of them do, some of them don't. It's making these guys like much more difficult to take down, too. So, All right. I'm gonna go ahead and remove 1 health from him. That's number 15. Wow, that was a crit. And that gives him 10 experience. I'll add all that up later. So the next one does 2 damage. 2 damage. Ridiculous. The next one does 2 damage again. Criticals, and I'm doing 2 damage. Stupid. It actually is really stupid. -2 to what I roll. 3 damage. So 1, 2, 2, and 3. Wow. Just wow. That brought him right back down to base health. I was expecting some better damage than that. So, Enrique gained from that round of shots. The first one only did 1 damage, so he got 10 from that. And then the second one did 2, so 15 from that. So we'll just multiply that by 2 because he did twice. So 30. And then the final one did 3 points of damage, so 20 points of experience. Not bad. He's over halfway to his next level. He's been that way for a little while. But either way. Wow. Oh. 8 points of damage on 3 crits and a regular hit. That's the end of his turn. Next is Montana. She's going to roll the grit. She gets hers back. Hopefully she rolls some crits here. Let's see what she gets for an escape. She needs to escape. She gets it. So she's going to move all the way back here behind Enrique. And she's popping shots into the guy that was chasing her. Hopefully we can kill him. So she's getting more than what Enrique had as far as... she's not getting any crits because of that damn tentacle crap that's on her. Yep, her tentacle arms turned into tentacle hands. I mean, her arms turned into tentacle arms. Oh my god. No criticals. But I am getting +2 damage, so again, we're at the point of just rolling whatever. Dang, bro. Okay. So no crits on the 2-handed weapons, but she's still getting crits on the 1-handed weapon that she's got with her tail. Okay, so she's getting 3 shots, and with that hunting rifle, she's getting a reroll to hit, and she still gets reroll damage on her iron concentration once per turn. So, okay. So let's do this. 3d6. She needs 4 pluses. Excuse me. I thought tentacles means only tentacles, especially on feeling good. God, that hurts. The reroll on the miss doesn't matter. She doesn't get criticals, but she's got +2 damage on this, so it's whatever she rolls. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so... yeah, I had nothing else. She gets to re-roll escape tests, too. So the first one does 3 points of damage. I cannot roll well on damage. I can do hits, but damage for some reason, nothing. So this guy is taking, it's number 15, 3 points of damage. And then the next hit does 2 points of damage. This is torture. So I can't roll higher than 3 on damage. So that gives her what? 20, 15, so 35 experience. Puts her halfway to the next level. I cannot wait for them to reach level 5. That's going to be so awesome. Some of them are going to be powerhouses because they're now going to be hitting their, I think, their 4th skill tree ability, which is usually very powerful. And then she's got her pistol. That's right. She's got her pistol on her tentacle tail, and that's going to be shooting the ornate pistol, which is 2 shots, and they happen to do 2 damage also. So 2 shots. She doesn't get any rerolls on any of this, so let's see what she gets. Double 1s. So never mind. The ornate pistol did nothing. After Montana, they already went. After Montana, it's now Isamu, up to Isamu and Murphy. Isamu, I'm gonna roll for his grit. He needs a 6 plus. Nope, doesn't get it. I'm gonna go ahead. Oh, he needs to make a fear test, and so did Montana. I forgot about that. Montana needed to make 2 fear tests, being next to that guy at the beginning of the turn. So she got both of them. Now it's Isamu. He needs 5 pluses. He got both of them. So now he needs to make a escape test. Remember correctly, I think he's got something to re-roll on that. Yes, he does. He's got the bandana. Once per turn, re-roll your escape test. So he needs to make only a 3 plus on it. He got it. Therefore, he's moving in on this guy. He wants to beat this guy down. He's going to get plus 3 damage on these attacks. So that would mean that on stuff that's not a critical, he's dealing plus 1 damage. Critical, plus 3 damage. And we need to kill him before he regenerates. Oh, but he's also adjacent, so they're getting their retribution. So I gotta be careful here. Luckily, I think he's doing good on health. So let's see what happens. Isamu is getting 3 combat with his Outlaw Club. He's not getting the plus 1 damage for smaller or medium-sized models, or medium and smaller sized models, but he is getting plus 1 damage against models that do fear, that bring out fear, terror, or unspeakable horror. So he's getting, like I said earlier, plus 3 damage. He can also add 3 damage to an attack because he's got the rattlesnake fangs, and unfortunately he didn't get his grit back. If I had a grit, I could spend it to double the damage of some of these attacks. But I don't have anything to grant me that. I have no way of getting any extra grit. So it's just going to be what I roll. So 3d6. Those Growing Dread cards, cutting them down, cost us everything for grit. So 3d6. Wow. He gets 1 critical. All he needs is 3 pluses, and he gets 1 hit. I might have to use the Rattlesnake Fangs on this. I want to kill this guy. So I am getting plus 3 to the damage output on this attack, though. So 1d6 plus 3. I could kill him right now with the Rattlesnake Fangs, and that would free Murphy up to beat the hell out of the guy that he's on, and I think I'm going to take that. I hate spending it, but I'm going to do it. So 6 plus the 3 damage, so it's 9. He still has 1 point left. I'm going to spend the Rattlesnake Fang. The Rattlesnake Fangs to deal an additional 3 damage. There's a lot of wasted damage. 2 points of wasted damage on that, but that's okay. This guy's dead. And Isamu just gained 55 experience for this guy. Yeah. there's nobody next to him. Oh well. I could have added some damage to somebody next to him, but not gonna happen. So 55 experience for Samu. And then we got Murphy. Murphy. He's going to... Well, he's got his mining... Yeah, he's got his heavy pickaxe. So, let's see what we can do with it. It's a D8 on attack and damage. So, of course, he gets crits on 6+. His best thing is he's got death blow. So, on a critical 8, he does double the damage before any modifiers. Let's see if he gets his grit back first. Nope. Oh, man, I need some grit. The beautiful thing about his heavy pickaxe is it is upgraded with the fire emblem, so he gets to reroll his damage rolls. He doesn't really have anything else on him to help him other than he's getting 4 combat. He does have his miner's canteen. Do I need it? Yeah. I'm going to spend his miner's canteen to heal him up a little bit before the end of the round. Him and maybe Isamu. How's everybody doing, by the way? Yeah, he's the one that needs help. Oh, I need to do the Dead Man's Dice, by the way. Dead Man's Dice at the beginning of the start of the fight, roll 2d6. If doubles are rolled, recover full grit. If a 7 is rolled, 3 horror hits. That was close to the 7, so nothing happened with the Dead Man's Dice. I might get rid of it. It'll free up a weight for him. What does the lucky dice do again? Once per adventure, add +1 to a single dice roll. I'm gonna have to start using that. So if I get a 7, then that means I can make it an 8. So, here we go. 4d8. Did I roll for his crit? His grit? I did not. Or I did. I did. Okay, so 4d8. I'm gonna spend that. Not Dead Man's Dice. The Gambler's deck of cards. Where is it? Lucky dice. I'm gonna spend that lucky die to turn one of those 7s into an 8. So he's got 3 crits, 2 of which deal... Well, actually, he's got 1 hit. 2 criticals that do regular critical damage, and then a critical damage that does double the damage before modifiers. Woo! Go Murphy! Alright, so Murphy is gonna... We're gonna start with... We'll go ahead and start with the... Wait, hold on. I turned one of those... No, so it's 2 that do double damage. 1 that's regular crit, and... 1 that's regular damage. So we'll do the 2... We'll do the regular damage and work our way up. So regular damage is a D8. He's getting +1 to this, so... What's their defense right now? Okay. So, -1 to his roll. 7 points of damage. That's nice. So this guy just took 7 points of damage. That's number 14. That gave Murphy... How much XP? 35, 40 XP. 7 points. I can do math. Yeah, 40 XP. So 40 XP for Murphy. Next attack is the base critical. So +1 to the roll. So 6 points of damage, which is going to make it 35 XP. And go to game tokens. Wow, Murphy is just wrecking this dude. So -6. Yeah, Murphy is just beating this guy. He's like, these trolls are nothing. Oh! They need to take retribution hits. I mean, they're at good enough health to where it's not. I'm not worried about it, but they do need to take those retribution hits. So Isamu needs to take some, and him. Um, yeah. So here's double damage before modifiers. Critical. Oh, yeah, that outright killed him. That's 16. 17 damage. Murph did not take this guy's shit. Excuse my language. But he did not. He was like, I ain't playing. Can somebody do a Murph redeem on that one? Damn. So, gee, 17 damage. That's going to give Murph, again, 55 experience. Wow, that outright killed this guy. And he still had another attack. Another one that dealt double damage before the modifier. God, Prospector is so good. Probably like my favorite close combat character in the game. And yeah, that's amazing. Murph just wrecked that troll. So I'll go ahead and get rid of those. I was actually a little worried about this combat, but the team's doing really well. Now we just got that guy left, and he's actually free at this point. He's still going after Isamu. He's still targeting Isamu, but he's going to throw his rock at a random character. Anyway, that's the end of that round. And with it being the end of the round, hold back the darkness at 8+. We failed it, so darkness card. I need to see something for a second. Demons, that's right. I was a little worried I wasn't using something. Oh, and these two need to take some hits for retribution. So Isamu got how many hits? He just got one hit, so but he did ridiculous damage on it. That's right. Okay, so he took one hit. He's going to take a retribution. This was for last round. I forgot to do this. The Growing Dread card has retribution on all these guys, so anytime a hit is put on someone, they take some damage. So Murphy's got 3 coming his way of this, and Isamu's got 1. So it's retribution 2, so it's 2 basic hits. So Isamu needs to make 2 3d6 rolls. 2d6 3+ rolls. He failed one of them, so he takes 1 point of damage. This wouldn't have really affected the last combat. They don't do much damage. And then Murphy's taking 66 at 4+. He takes 3 points of damage. And he would have popped his canteen, too. I totally forgot about that. Which would have given him... D6. So he would have gotten 2 points back after those 3 damages. Where's health? So 2 points back. And that would have given him some experience, too, while we're at it. Bringing him up to 18, and he would have gotten 5 points, so 25 points of experience for healing himself with the canteen. No longer has the canteen, it's overdone. So, Retribution still on this guy, Retribution 2, so anybody adjacent to him, attacking him, gets hit back. So we went forward, we have to do a darkness card. We're on our 5th darkness card. So he's getting +1 combat now. Fueled by rage. All enemies are +1 combat while they have 1 or more wounds on them. So yeah, he doesn't have any wounds on him yet. So he's only on 1 combat right now because nobody's attacked him. So we're kind of lucky there. So that means we failed and went forward. We didn't have a way to stop it. But we failed, and something happens when we fail here, if I remember correctly. Let me pull up the derelict ship card. Whenever hold back the darkness has failed, the heroes furthest from the lantern, which is Murphy, which is gonna be Montana. So Montana's the furthest away from Murphy. She's taking Voices in the Dark, which is... Oh, the rules on this. Keep forgetting what. Ooh, it's all bent. Voices in the Dark should be located here. Here we go. D6 horror hits. So anybody who's... So the general rule about Voices in the Dark, if nobody's familiar, if you're not familiar with Shadows of Brimstone, so Voices in the Dark is basically one character in the posse is holding a lantern, and that person, whenever what we just did, whenever you do hold back the darkness, if there's a character not on the same or adjacent map tile, for example, this is the same map tile because Murphy's holding it. If there's people on this one, they're safe. But if there's another map tile far, like one away, on this one, and people are on it, those people are taking what they are called Voices in the Dark, and they have to take D6 horror hits. So Montana's taking D6 horror. Is it D6? Yeah, D6 horror hits. She's taking how many? 5. She has a 4+ willpower save, so she's taking 5d6, 4+ willpower saves. She's taking 3 horror damage. She's actually pretty stout, so she's all right with this. Montana, yeah, she's doing really well. So she's taking 3. Whoops. Not adding 3, we're moving 3. So there it is. So she took 3 points of horror damage. Got a grip. I never used it. Okay. So we failed that. We did that. Hold back darkness is done. We're now moving on to who's next in line. I'm gonna pop Enrique's feet. Yeah, might as well. I'm gonna pop Enrique's feet. He's +4 initiative for the rest of the for this turn. So that's gonna make him bump him up. He was dropped to a 4. He's now an 8, which beats them. So Enrique's gonna go first, and he's gonna pop some shots into this guy. So first, Enrique's gonna roll for grit. Doesn't get it, but he's gonna roll 6d6 with his pistols. I'm definitely gonna buy one more ornate pistol. I'm giving him both of those. I think those will work perfectly on him. The only problem is I'll be losing. They only have 1 upgrade slot apiece, but +2 damage. Put another void crystal in there. That's +3 damage. Yeah, I'll take that. I'll lose 2 combat, but I will take that +3 damage. That's badass. So, although there are moments where having more combat hits is better than damage. So he's not really getting anything. He does have his lucky dice, which I haven't used yet. So I'm gonna use his lucky dice probably this attack. If I can get some crits, can I? I sure can. So again, 6d6. I'm gonna upgrade. I'm gonna use the lucky dice to turn one of those die into a 6. So he's got 2 criticals and a regular hit. So it's whatever I roll on the 2 criticals and -2 to the regular hit. So we'll start with the regular hit. -2, did nothing. Regular hits, whatever I roll. So first one did 3 damage. That is number 13. So 3 damage to that troll, and then the second one did 1. Good God, I think it's going to be a nice change giving him the ornate pistols with void cores. I'll just sell the grips on the ones that he's got now. You can't get rid of those guns. They're starting weapon. So -1. So Enrique gained what? He did 3 damage on one, 1 on the other, so he's getting 20 and 10, so he's getting 30 experience. He is doing really well on his leveling. That's the end of Enrique's turn. He can't really do anything else. Next is the troll. Troll goes next. Okay. He's still on a Samu, but he gets to throw his rock. So let's see. Let's... It's probably not a rock at this point. It's probably some debris inside the derelict ship. Maybe a console or something. So he's picking something up, and he's going to be throwing it at... It could be anybody. That is Murphy. He did not like seeing Murphy just obliterate his friends. So he's throwing the rock at Murphy, and... Oh, wow, it ignores damage on that attack. He gets him. Murphy... It ignores defense, so he's taking this hit. So Murphy's gonna be taking how much damage? 5 damage. So Murphy just took 5 damage from that rock throw. Good thing I saw that ignores defense. So Murphy's kind of hurt, not quite. He's at half health, but not quite yet at the point of bloody. 1 more damage will do it. Then he's gonna move up and go after Isamu. He's getting... What is he getting? So if he rolls 6 pluses, he's ignoring defense. So 3d6. And is he +1 combat? I think he's +1 combat. Let me take a look at that card one more time here. All enemies. So yeah, so he's getting 4d6 against Isamu. That's 1 critical, ignoring defense. So he's getting 3 damage straight from that, and then Isamu needs to make 3d6 3+ saves. So he's taking 6 points of damage. Isamu is taking 6 points of damage. We're doing really, really good, actually. Really good. Even with some of these things going against us here with the initiative... Retribution. Luckily, my guys have been doing a lot more damage with their range. Although Murphy just wrecks. And Isamu did really great too, but he doesn't have that fang attack anymore. So after he's done, yeah. After he's done, it is Montana. Fear only works on adjacent models, so she doesn't have to worry about a fear test. Oh. Well, he didn't take any damage last time. He doesn't have regeneration. So, she's getting... Montana's getting the 3 shots from her hunting rifle and the 2 shots from the ornate pistol. So, the rifle, of course, gets a lot more. But let's see if she gets a grit back. She needs 6. That was close, but no. She's going to be getting 3 shots at 4+. And she's getting a reroll to hit because of the grip. Not the grip, the inlay, the Darkstone inlay, and she's getting a reroll on damage for her Iron Concentration ability. Let's see what she gets. 1 critical, 1 hit. I'm going to use the reroll, 2 criticals, and 1 hit. That's awesome. Okay, so the criticals, she's getting +2 damage on. The regular hit, just like kind of canceled out the defense, so it's whatever I roll. So let's start with the regular hit does how much? It's whatever I roll. 3 points of damage. That's going to give her 20 XP. Oops, I'll go ahead and do all that afterward. So +2 on these other 2 attacks. So the next one, so she got 3 damage on the first one. The next one does 6 points of damage. So 3, then 6. And then the next one, again, +2. 3 points of damage. So 3, 6, then 3. So I have to say that out loud and repeat it because I need to remember the experience that she's getting for this. So he's not quite dead. But Samu will finish him up, I'm sure. So Montana gained 20, 40. So 75 experience total. That's the end of her round. Next, we go to Isamu. And Isamu is just going to simply turn around. He's going to first do a spear check. It's 2. Yep, 2 at 5+. Makes neither one of them. So Isamu takes 2 points of sanity damage. And then he's going to start swinging. Or actually, first he's going to roll for grit. Doesn't get it. Now he's going to start swinging. He gets, he doesn't really have any bonuses like re-rolls or anything. Oh, actually, hold on. That's Montana. Yeah, he doesn't really get anything. It's not a... The bonuses that he's getting is that he's got his +1 damage from his Outlaw Club, +1 damage from the Sword of Defiance, and he's getting +1 damage from the core, the Void Core. Other than that, he's not getting anything because the guy's from being a medium or smaller base model for his special ability. So he's just going to be doing an additional 3 damage on top of whatever he rolls. And it's 3 attacks at 3+. All 3 hit. +1 damage to each and every one of them. So, no grit. I would have loved to have doubled the damage on some of this. So the first one, +1 damage. And we're also getting retribution on these, but he's got enough health to where I'm not worried. So, first one does 3 points of damage. The next one does +1. He's dead. So all 4 is gone. So Rike just gained 20, 25. So 45 experience. And he outright killed this guy, but he also deals damage back, which it's the end of the combat, the boss fight. Doesn't really matter. We're not going any further. They all regenerate everything and get +1 grit after this combat. So that's just one monster group that is dead. Let me reread the rules for that. Oh, if I remember correctly, I think the group that we're searching for is dead. Let me check. Okay. Finding the 4th clue. When the heroes find the 4th clue and 4th and final clue, after completing all encounters there... All encounters. We did have to do an encounter there. That's weird. Usually says we ignore it. Hold on. We'll place a 12th Cavalry body marker on the map tile and roll a d6 as normal. If the roll causes an ambush attack, the missing patrol has been wiped out. So they have been wiped out. Okay. So, the reward, if the missing patrol was wiped out, each hero may roll a d6. On a roll of 1 to 3, draw a gear card. On a roll of 4 through 6, draw a... Well, it says canyon artifact recovered, but I'm going to say it's... I mean, we're in... I guess canyon would make sense because we're finding what was on the soldiers. So that makes sense. So, this is going to be for Enrique. He finds an artifact from the canyons. Then Montana finds an artifact from the canyons. Gear card for Isamu. Gear card for Murphy. So, let me get the gear cards. So this is what we found in the body of all the cavalry men that we were supposed to find and help, but they're dead. The artifacts, yeah, another tribal war dance thing. We've had this before, but again, I don't have any tribal characters on my team, so I'm going to sell that. Dead Man's Canteen. That's fitting. Place 6 sanity markers here. You may transfer sanity damage from here to yourself at any time to heal 2 wounds each. At the start of each adventure, refill the wow, this is awesome. Refill the 6 sanity markers here. You may transfer sanity damage from here to yourself. Okay, so you're taking sanity but healing wounds. That is really awesome. That is a really awesome item. So I'll put these over here. So yeah, that's the Tribal War Dance. Those are really, really good, by the way. It's just the problem is, I keep saying I don't have a tribal character. Originally, I wasn't going to go with Enrique. Originally, I was going to go with the Indian Scout class. But, I know, I wanted a Bandito so bad. And that's the canteen. We also found a Scafford wanted poster. Wanted dead or alive. Reward of 5,000. That's just the artwork. Discard to recover 1 grit or 2 if a law character. Or discard to gain d6 times 100 when you kill an outlaw enemy. That's pretty cool. And I'm just going to be honest with you, like, normally you're supposed to keep these on the character that got them. Or you can trade them, whatever, afterward. Me, I do, because I'm playing by myself, and I have to keep track of every tiny little thing, including the rules of the game and all. I've house ruled it at the start that when I'm playing by myself and playing this game, I have a community pool. So I don't really follow I'd have to declare who's holding it at the beginning of the turn and whatnot. So, because it's just too much to really keep track of when you're controlling 4 characters, controlling the monsters, going over the rules, all that. It's a lot. So to make it easier for myself until I can get people in and joining in and playing, Bad Arts, pretty soon we're gonna do it, bro. I'm hoping to find a day where we can all get together, you, Hexa, and myself, and we can discuss the plan. Because to be honest with you, I don't want to play. I mean, unless you guys want me to join you. My thing is, I kind of want to sit here and direct everything happening, taking control of the monsters, reading the cards, remembering the rules, while you guys control your characters and remember, keep track and log the information for yourselves. It would just make it easier for me. So we also found a soldier's chin strap attached to any clothing or hat item. Or clothing hat item, sorry. Bonus. Once per adventure, use at the start of a turn to gain +3 initiative until the end of that turn. When used, also recover a grit on the d6 roll of 4. That is awesome. So that's all the items that our team found. This is basically the stack of stuff we found during this adventure. Kind of like doing this, so this way you all can see how fat the stack got. This is all the gear that we found. We did find a pistol. Chief Tyree's pistol. Does d8 damage. I kind of want to give that to Montana and her tail. And then I can give the ornate pistol to Enrique. Although... Ooh. Ornate pistol and this. Ornate pistol does +2 damage. This does d8. Buying another ornate pistol would be better. Yeah. +2 damage straight up. Much better than a d8. That's guaranteed damage. Some pretty good stuff in that stack. I was hoping to find a rifle. They have some really cool rifles in the derelict ship, but we're still not done. We do have loot. Unfortunately, we only fought 1 monster group. Do they have any special rules? Nope. So... yeah, we're good. So we killed the trolls. They were the troublemakers in this world, killing our killing the 12th Cavalry Division that was at the town we were in last. So, with it being over, luckily we don't have much Darkstone on everybody. We really don't. We have what, 4 pieces of Darkstone? So we have plenty of space in our Darkstone chests to cover that and our weapons. Because we can hold, I think, up to 16? Or is it 24? I think it's 24. We can hold up to 24 because we have 3 different bags. And, yeah, we shouldn't have a problem here. So, my internet connection getting worse by the day. So, what we're going to do is we're going to start rolling for the loots. Let me see what we can get here. After... Excuse me. After I refresh everybody. So everybody should be at full health, full sanity, and +1 grit. Oh, I gotta press it again. That's right. There we go. Everybody's full, and they have +1 grit. So that the next time we go on an adventure, I don't have to worry about that. Just to let you know, I have a vacation plan for November, so if we start Shadows, I'll be gone on the later half of that month. Perfectly fine, bro. We can always have a, not exactly a step in, but like we can just take a break that day. Yeah, simple as that, man. Just let me know, because I definitely want to get some people in on this. I know Hexa wants in. Mad Arts with the hydrate. Thank you so much. Oh, that's better. Thank you. Sorry, I'm at the energy drink part where it's all just like dust, so it kind of clings to the back of your throat. But yeah, so like I know Hexa wants in, and I hate it. I feel like I'm teasing you all the time about playing it, but I really want you all to play. So I'm like, I kept telling myself once I get that bottom bar done, because I want like people following and watching, like interacting with the stream, like giving you guys the abilities to add to your rolls, add dice to your rolls, re-rolls, stuff like that, and affecting the game. It's so close to done. I'm not streaming Shadows on Tuesday. I'm doing a paint day, but I also think I'm going to spend some of that day focused on just writing the code, getting that thing working, while streaming. So after painting, if I have time after painting, I'll do that. And then Thursday, I'm going to be probably bringing an Arkham Horror. I want to play a different game, so I'm thinking Thursday I'm going to bring Arkham Horror in, and I'm going to play the 3rd edition of it. Always wanted to play it. I want to see what I can do to it on the stream. But anyway, so yeah, we didn't do the loots yet. Let me do the loots and we'll continue. So here's for Enrique first. Enrique's getting 60 experience and 50 gold because he's getting Scoundrel, and Murphy's giving him another 25 on top of that. So 50 gold for Enrique and 60 experience for being a Scoundrel. That is such a great ability. I can't believe we're already halfway. Except for Samu, we're already halfway to level 5. I cannot wait. Level 6, we start fighting Brutals. Next is Montana. Montana's gonna get an artifact. An artifact and 20 XP. So Montana gets 20 XP and an artifact from the derelict ship. She found an electro spanner. Once per turn, you may re-roll up to 2 dice on a skill test. After each use, roll a d6, no grit. On a roll of 1, discard it. That's pretty cool. There you go. And then we got Isamu with his find. Another artifact. And 20 XP. So Isamu gains 20 XP. And finds a stasis bomb. Discard to throw as a ranged attack. Throw and bounce like dynamite. Does no damage, but any models in the same and adjacent spaces lose their activation. Their next activation. That's pretty awesome. That's a good boss fight weapon. Fight an epic base boss. throw that at them, then just unload. That'd be great. And then finally, we got Murphy, who finds 225 gold and 20 XP. Murphy has been finding lots of cash this mission. Look at him. Yeah, he's doing great. So Murphy, 225 and 20 XP. That was some decent loots this game. I was really hoping for some other weapons. You got a vac suit, space parasites. Oh god. The energy blaster was at the very bottom of the card of the deck. Range 8, shots X, and you get to choose what setting you shoot it at. So you can be like, oh, it's 3 shots with 0 damage, 2 shots with 1 damage, 1 shot with 3 damage. That's sick. The breaching shotgun would have been sick. The warp pistol does criticals on 5+, but you take a corruption every time you shoot it. The boarding rifle. Oh my god. So many cool weapons. And the next thing would have been one of my favorite items, the trans-dimensional warp drive. If all else fails, at any point use the trans-dimensional warp drive. You fail the mission, but you don't get the rules of failing the mission, you just leave. Okay, so we'll call that the end of the stream, which is about right, because we've been streaming now for, yeah, about 6 hours. Almost 6 hours. And we did quite a bit during this adventure. We'll pick up next time on Friday. We'll pick back up at the travel stay into the town stay and start the next adventure. Which is kind of perfect because between travel and town, that usually like a solid 2 hours. Not solid 2.5 hours, possibly 3 depending on how long we stay in the town and how many travel hazards there are, but at least we can usually start an adventure, and then Sunday we can probably finish up whatever's left over and maybe even start the next travel. Did you figure out what you're planning on Tuesday? Yes, Bishop, and welcome back to the stream, buddy. Which reminds me, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be painting the models that won the poll that I was supposed to paint a while back. They're called, I think they're called the Flesh Eaters. Yeah, I think they're called the Flesh Eaters. And they're basically like these little worms. They're already based. I want to paint these guys. I want to paint the team is what I really want to do. But I also want to wait till I'm a little bit more confident, because I need to get a few more paint jobs in before I'm like, all right, I'm ready to paint the centerpiece of the game, which is my characters. So a few more paint sessions and I'll probably finally sit down and be like, all right, painting these guys, because some of them actually have a ton of detail on them. But yeah, it's the Flesh Eaters. I'll bring them out right now and show you what they look like. But I'll be bringing them out on Tuesday. I'm going to paint them. If I finish them and I have enough time, I'm just going to hang out, program some stuff on the stream while just discussing what I'm going to be doing on Thursday. Because Thursday I'm going to be bringing out Arkham Horror, and I'm going to play Arkham Horror 3rd Edition on the stream. If anybody wants to join, you're more than welcome to join. I'm going to, of course, need a couple days to read the book, read the rules, try to remember and go over everything. This is 3rd Edition. I haven't played it yet. I played the 2nd Edition, loved it. But this one's a little more, like, how do I put it? A little more scripted. Because whenever I played the 2nd Edition of Arkham Horror, everything was just randomized. Everything. This one here, it's like you choose a mission, and you set up the game area to that mission, and then you play. But I think it's still kind of randomized. But one of these days, Thursdays, I'm going to be using as just kind of one-off board game sessions from here on out. So I'll be playing this week Arkham Horror. Next week I'm thinking Eldritch. Those will give me ideas if I want to build anything to the stream, like I did with Shadows of Brimstone for them. But I still want to build an overlay for them, so I kind of want the Streets of Arkham as kind of the overlays that you normally see on this stream. Um, and if I can, what would be really cool is if I could actually like build the different locations from Arkham Horror, so that anytime a player goes to a different spot, scenery changes or something. I don't know. Or maybe it's based on the enemy or the boss we're fighting. Like Azathoth, it's like the look of Azathoth eating the stream. That'd be kind of cool. And the tentacles are just kind of moving around and stuff. I think that'd be a pretty cool look. But God, that would be cool. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. So anyway, um, so yeah, Thursdays are gonna be my one-off streams from here on out. I'm gonna see if I can recruit people to join in. I know there's some people who want to play. Most of them, some of them want to play Shadows of Brimstone. A big majority of them want to play games that don't have a long-lasting thing like Shadows of Brimstone, where we build characters and we're constantly progressing and leveling them up, and you all get to come in and watch them grow with us. I prefer that myself. It's like D&D. So yeah, this week will be Arkham Horror. Next week will be Eldritch. Because I'm thinking the month of October is going to be the month of horror games, and I'm like, I'll probably bring out Death May Die. I might be able to find a big group of people willing to play Death May Die, because it's a fun game. It's very arcadey like, so it's really just like this, where it's move, attack, action, stuff like that. There's really no narrative to it in a sense. But I want to bring out Death May Die. The only thing I hate about those games is there's so many characters to choose from. I don't want people spending forever choosing a bunch of characters, so I'm just going to take the generic characters from the generic box and be like, choose one of the 5, or one of the 6, or whatever it is, because there's like 30 some odd characters, and I don't want to spend too much time going over who to play as. And it's the same thing with Arkham Horror. The more expansions you add, the more characters there are, and I'm like, let's play with the base characters and work our way from there. But yeah, I'm thinking Death May Die. I might bring out Bloodborne as well next month. I want to play Elden Ring, but I need to spend some solid time reading that, because the book is it's pretty thick. It's pretty thick, and that's just the main core rule book. There's also the scenario book, and no, not exactly scenario book. It's the mission book or whatever it is. That's thick too, but it looks cool though, and I love the boxes for it. But anyway, I'll be right back. I'll show you the flesh eaters. Yep, one at a time. All right, I set up all my minis inside the cabinets and stuff, and it looks great. It's easy to get to them, but they're so close together that trying to grab them all in one bunch is hard to do without knocking them or everybody else over. But anyway, so yeah, these are the flesh eater models. Just little worms. They should be very, very easy to paint. For the most part, I'm probably just gonna base. I don't know why I based them black. I really don't. I should have done white, because it would have been a lot easier to pop some of that flesh tone that I'm going to be using. But I'm gonna base them one color, and then I'm gonna try to like improvise that soft tissue on its belly side. So, and then I'll just kind of wash over, not wash over, I'll dry brush a little bit of white to kind of give it some lighting effects, and then wash, and that should be, this is probably one of the easiest models, other than the tentacle. This is one of the easiest models to paint. And then for next Tuesday, I'll put up another poll. Once it gets cooler out, at that point, I'll just like randomly grab models, put them in the poll, and be like, which ones you want me to paint? And I can base them, get them ready for that stream. But I do have a ton of based models, so it might be best just to finish those first before I actually do anything else. But anyway, thank you all for showing up. I'm going to see who we have for a raid. And again, I do apologize for the quality of the stream right now. My internet is... I'm going through satellite internet, and it's just not... It hasn't been great. This past week, I actually hit an 85% video loss. And I was like, that's beyond unacceptable. And I have clear skies, you name it. And for some reason, I'm not getting anything above... anything below 20% loss at this point. And when I see that, I'm thinking to myself, it's time to switch service providers. Who do we have? So, unless anybody can recommend anybody, I'm gonna search here. Let's see. Ooh, we got somebody playing Black Plague. Les Vengers, Geek. They are a French... Yeah, they're a French, Canadian-French. They're a Canadian-French board game group. What else do we have? Borderlands, video gamers. Let me see if I can find someone specifically to board games. There are not many. Gamer Montu? Doesn't say what game they're playing, but looks like they're playing a digital board game. At least it's what it looks like for me. Oh! Board Game Steph. Okay, there we go. Board Game Steph is on. How did I not see her? Okay, so they're playing... I guess they're playing like a whole bunch of different types. So we are going to raid into Board Game Steph. Board Gamer Steph, sorry. They're usually a really good board game group. I enjoy watching them. They show an awful lot. They're a hardcore variety board game streamer, and I love and respect that so much. So, more than happy to send us their way. So, again, before I click the raid button, let me go ahead and... There we go. I need to program some things to go away. Anyway, get out of here. Thank you all so much for showing up. That wasn't for you. That was for... Get out of here was for this... You can do this, Tony. That's for the wounds icon here. So, thank you all for showing up on Sunday. I can't really think of the words to really say how much I appreciate you showing up and enjoying the stream, and on top of that, showing your support for it. Having everybody here, it's just a lot of fun to play these games and have you all here and experience the progression and the character. I mean, the more we play with these guys, the more the character they have, the more personality they have, for me at least. And I just really enjoy sharing that, and I'm glad that you're all here and sharing that with me. So, again, Tuesday I'm going to be doing the painting day. Hopefully we don't have any hiccups like we had last time, where my internet connection was giving me issues. Or actually, no, it was OBS giving me issues. My Mac giving me issues. One of the three. Thank you for the stream and the adventure, man. Oh, Matt Arts, thank you so much for showing up. But yeah, so hopefully we're not going to have any issues with any of the technology that we had last time that stopped the painting stream from happening. So yeah, I'll be doing that then, and of course, like I said, Thursday I'm going to do Arkham Horror. I don't think it would take any longer than 3 hours to get through one game of Arkham Horror. I don't remember ever taking more than 4, to be honest with you. And I'm going to be playing the first mission, which is like 3 boards. So, If that's true, then I might just hang out and paint some more models at the end of Thursday. So I might do that. I might prepare some models for Thursday. Maybe I'll paint Montana. No, I'm waiting on Murphy. That's a resin model, so I want to wait on Murphy. Montana's a plastic kit, and I do have a resin model of that. But anyway, again, thank you all so much for showing up. I hope you had a good time. I should have for Friday, not should, I will. Remember that. I gotta say I will. I will have everything down below done for Fridays. It's pretty much done right now. I just need to kind of flesh it out just a tad bit more and add some random modifiers. I was hoping to use a JSON file that will be randomly picked from, but the advanced scene switcher, I guess, removed that ability because it used to be in there, and now the new version of it, it's gone. And I'm like, that sucks. So that means that what I'm gonna do is I'm probably just going to have to fill it in myself. So what I'll do is I'll just do a dice roll on the dice roller like I do here. Come on, you can turn on. So I can probably do like that and be like, okay, let's go down the sheet. All right, we're getting this bonus. And I punch it in, done. I might have other ways to do it too. But either way, that's what I'm probably leaning toward for that. And then, of course, when it reaches 100% on the milestones, something big. And that's another reason why I'm taking a little bit more time, is because I need to build that as well. And that's going to take me probably the next 4 days to get done. Possibly 5. But most likely just the next 4. And I have plenty of time to do it, because I'm not doing this tomorrow. But anyway, again, thank you all so much for showing up. I don't want to take any more of your time with any more boring stuff about what I'm building for this stream. I kind of want to keep some of it a surprise, but I always keep giving away too much. But you all have yourselves a wonderful Sunday evening, and I will see you on Tuesday, 2 p.m. Central America time. And here we go, moving into Board Gamer Steph's stream. You all take care now.